Cammy, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm live. I'm live.
What's up, Flexer Ronnie?
No. You can stay on. Stay on. Stay
Who,
on. What's up?
who's on?
All right. Okay. Kramalama, what's up? Nah, I just went live.
What?
Bullshit. Just got some food.
Gotcha.
What are you up to? You relaxing?
Yeah. I woke up from my nap and just kind of relaxing. Not a whole
Yeah.
lot going on. What's going on with you?
What you got for food, man? I got some Vietnamese.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah, I got some Vietnamese food.
I had some damn, what was it? Steak fajitas or whatever earlier.
Oh, fuck yeah. I need to get some Mexican food in me someday. I think I'm for Tuesday. I'm going for the taco place.
Oh
I
yeah,
haven't been there in a while.
you gonna do the LeBron James Taco Tuesday? Okay.
What's the LeBron James Taco Tuesday? What is that
Oh,
one?
you ain't seen that? They had Taco Tuesday at the LeBron James house there, and they did a video on it and shit one time.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know.
Yeah, but he's in Philadelphia now, so
He moved.
well he signed with the 76ers for what, 2 years, 8 million a year. Took like a
That's,
40 million dollar pay cut or some shit.
that's
But I
crazy.
mean, it's not like he needs money anyways.
Yeah. He's stayed. They're all set. All those guys are set for life.
Oh yeah.
What was he used? Where did he used to live? Like California or something? LA, right? Up in the hills somewhere, most likely.
Yeah, I think he was out there in LA. He was with the Lakers. But he's been in Cleveland, went to Miami, then LA. Well, actually, he went to Miami, then back to Cleveland, then out to LA or whatever.
It's a lot of
But
moving.
he actually surprised me. I thought he was going to go back to Cleveland, but he ended up going to the Sixers.
You still storming by you, or that shit passed?
Nah, I think it cleared up. The sun came out there for a while, but now the sun's going down. So
Yeah, it's late now. 8:30. Yeah, definitely going down. So good. Anything on them batches? Them batches stayed quiet, I guess. Oh,
I have no idea. I hadn't even paid any attention.
yeah.
Like I said,
Shelby's
I
up
don't get
there.
in
That's
Demon
right,
Court
Cherry.
anyways.
Cherry's over there in the
Do
chat.
what now?
So Cherry's
No,
in
Cherry.
the chat. Cherrynometry.
Yeah, I don't do the Demon Court, so
Yeah, I don't think he's in there. He just been clowning them from the chat.
no.
He says, see, Serb just wants to talk about Flex. Of course, that's all he wants to do. That's all he always done. He said he's been talking about DJ. It's like, bro, why you talking about DJ?
No, they on DJ now.
Yeah, he's on DJ's ass. Yeah, he got too much pushback over here because DJ's not paying them attention that much. So you know they sit there and fucking criticize him from his channel. And it's crazy. DJ doesn't even know him. These people are coming sideways at him.
Nah, DJ got shit going on because hell, he got a lawsuit with that building and everything else. So I wish him the best, but it sounds like he's got a mess going on.
You know what I can do? I can replay the audio. Cherry saying he's lying about catering orders. Sir, see, that's what
Well, he
happens
always says serve a lot about catering
compulsive
orders.
liar for quite some time. That's what people think about you. You be fucking lying a lot.
They go back and forth. They were feuding with each other. Everything stuff.
Like, dude, what the fuck's going on? Are you behind? Maybe you're behind. I don't know. Anyway,
And their fucking
okay. You know,
their StreamYard is mad low too. Oh, and StreamYard, their Discord thing is mad low.
Your own, you know, I can make your own club then.
You still are.
No idea.
The Nile ain't just a river in Egypt. Ha ha ha.
You're right.
You're driving more.
But y'all can have.
You're chopping up. You're breaking up a little bit.
Actually happened.
Oh, lost you, Cram.
Now, the one that has the most scientific support and also happens to make the most sense is that wolves domesticated themselves.
Gotta refresh.
The wolves chose this. Sort of. Here's how it worked. As humans became better at hunting, they started generating something that no other predator in the ecosystem was producing at scale. Consistent, reliable garbage. Leftover bones. Discarded scraps. Animal parts they didn't eat. And when you're an opportunistic scavenger like a wolf, that is basically the equivalent of a Michelin star restaurant opening. So some wolves, not all wolves, just some of them, started hanging around human camps, staying close, waiting for scraps. And the key thing here is which wolves were doing this. It wasn't the big, dominant, aggressive ones. Those wolves wanted nothing to do with humans. The wolves that started edging closer to the fires were the ones that were slightly less afraid, slightly more curious, slightly calmer around the terrifying fire-wielding, spear-throwing creatures that were apparently just going to...
Yeah, my StreamYard went out, but it's back up now, I guess.
And the more aggressive ones who kept their distance had a harder time finding food and had fewer offspring. Over generations, many generations, this created a pressure that nobody planned for and nobody engineered. The wolves closest to human camps were, by definition, the ones with the lowest stress response around humans, the calmest, the friendliest, the most likely to approach...
What happened, Serby? Cherry giving you a little pushback?
And their puppies did too. Natural selection, operating entirely without human intention, started nudging wolf behavior.
You need the bridge maker. Oh hell.
The bridge maker.
Here's where something genuinely bizarre happens. Something that scientists didn't
no bridge maker. He's just another instigator.
Named Dmitry Belyaev ran
it's yuppie.
the most fascinating and underrated.
There was no reason for him to do that other than just instigate.
In the 1950s,
Oh yeah.
was working in Soviet Russia, which means he was doing science under conditions that could generously be described as...
Well, when he showed up in the chat and then started talking about Abaddon, I knew exactly who it was. So.
Soviet authorities at the time, which is a sentence...
Yeah, so he was there to troll at first, and then you called him out.
But Belyaev Lev, who was genuinely
He had no
brilliant,
choice but to,
found a
you
way
know,
to keep doing his
show up as
research
himself.
under the cover of studying fox
Yeah.
hunting for the fur industry. What he actually
Otherwise, he would have been
did
trolling
was
from the
start
chat.
selectively breeding silver foxes. And the only trait he selected for, the only
What powerful futures tools, insight, and speed?
Bro,
Then
fuck
you should check
you,
out
man.
one was tameness. Every generation, he tested all the foxes for how they responded to humans, and only bred the ones that showed the least fear and aggression. That's it. No other selection criteria. What happened next was extraordinary.
Now, what the hell are you listening to?
We're talking decades, not
That's,
millennia. Something
whatever
very
Necro's listening
strange
to.
started happening to the
No.
foxes. They didn't just become friendlier.
I'll mute it.
They started changing physically. Their ears became floppy. Their tails started to curl. Their coats developed patches of white and brown instead of solid silver. Their
He's listening to some podcast, I guess.
No, it's some kind of animal thing. I got you.
So I guess Jennifer turned on Tracy and Jackie.
Well, not surprising, but you know, I think from what it looks like, what is it? Scoot said that what's this shit? Uh, Jackie and Tracy are gonna come to the lounge with us or whatever, and you know, but he don't
What?
think it'll happen. Oh, I don't know. You know how they
And
are.
even if they did, what does he feel? He's feeling jealous.
No, ain't no telling. Scoot's a special ed Suru as it is, so whatever.
Jackie goes where she wants to go.
Yeah.
She's not being here.
Well, that was always my thing. I went around wherever I wanted to go and talked to whoever I wanted. It wasn't a matter of worrying about who the hell I had to talk to or who do I had to appease.
Mm-hmm. It's always very controlling over there. Trying to control someone. It's fucking crazy.
Nah, everybody's got their opinions on things, so whatever. Hello, Shauna.
Sorry, Granny. I'll be right back. Choke on my fucking Yo, Granny, I'll be right back. I like fucking choked on my food and shit.
Oh shit.
I think I smoked too much wax, bro.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Or maybe not. I don't know. My mom says she gets it every once in a while too. Like I took a bite and I chewed it down. I swallowed it. Took a sip of the little bit of soda, and it was going down really fucking slow. It fucking kind of like almost like stay there for a little while. And then it wouldn't go down. It hurts. I don't know if you ever had that before.
Now you got two better. You swallowed too big.
You swallow too big. Nah, dude. I chew my food pretty good, and it was the noodles. They what I mean, like they're slimy. They're not like dry or anything. It was so weird. I don't know. I fucking just lost my appetite. It's fucked up. Uh, It's crazy. I couldn't like fucking burp it out. Scary. But never had anything like that happen, right?
No, can't say that I have, but
Shauna, what's up? What's going down?
no, I have no interest in replacing her. I have no idea. I was
Where's GLM? She's taking a little break. No one could replace GLM. She sent me a picture. The pizza she just made, that shit looked good. On a flatbread piece of pizza. Very nice. No. GLM's good. Just tired of a bunch of idiots, you know. Just wants to take a little break. Yes, I've been taking a little break too. I haven't been going live as much as I used to. Serb got what he wanted. Me not going live every day. You know, I remember he was complaining. He's like, he goes live every day. He's consistent. I give him that. Not just what I used to do.
no.
Work and go live. That's it. That's all Eric wanted to do. I try to control his shit. He used to tell him you shouldn't go live every single day.
When you're a streamer, that's what you do.
Yeah, you gotta follow your instinct of the things you want to do, you know? Not through other people. There's only very few people that meant well for him. Trout is one of them. He meant no harm whatsoever, and he was looking out for him. Shroud was like a he's like he's like a big brother to Eric.
Yeah, I don't really know him. I've just seen him a few times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he stepped away because people were being too fucking wild.
Yeah.
Those motherfuckers are threatening to contact other people's jobs and shit. It's garbage.
No. No. There's a lot of mess all over it. There's no doubt about that. Hell, just in the short time I've been around, I've heard plenty of bullshit my damn self. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you was wild. You seen it. Mm. Thunder says Graham is now Flexi's boyfriend. Move over, Roy and Thunder. Like, what the fuck?
oh, is Night like Thunder?
Yeah.
I thought they said that wasn't Thunder. Okay.
No, that's him. That's him.
Okay. Well, old Night like.
Old guy is a
Well,
miserable dude.
that explains why he's always stirring and starting shit. So now,
You could tell it's him because he's not vile. Thunder was never he was never doing like malicious shit like that. Till it came down to GLM. He became very fucking different. Dude became such an asshole. Trying to tell me this girl's no good for you, Flex. Like, who the fuck are you? He's like, this girl's no good for you, Flex.
no, everybody gets their opinion and into their thoughts, and it is what it
No,
is.
but he was like talking to me like he's my father and I'm about to get married or something. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, dude, like, what are you talking about? Just because you having an issue with that person does not mean I got an issue with that person. She's no good for you. No, she's no good for you. Yeah. He thought I was just gonna, you know, take his side because I knew him for a while and I was friends with him. That I would just take a side and like give her the boot. It's like, dude, like for real, she has done absolutely nothing like to deserve that kind of shit. Now, like fucking picking on her, saying all kinds of shit. It's like you guys are fucking whack for that. He will be pretending like, oh, I'm not, I'm busy, I'm traveling. Wow, he's coming in with fake accounts, fucking trolling and shit. It's crazy how these people try to manipulate. Are you saying something, Crime? I heard something like squeezing through.
Do what now?
Oh no, I don't think you was. Never mind. Never mind. It sounded like you were trying to say something. Like the sound was bleeding in. Like,
Oh no. No, I'm just sitting here
Gotcha.
thinking about different things and shit like that, but nothing serious.
So this dude pointed something out that they were like holding over your name or some shit that wasn't supposed to be there. It's supposed to like be expunged or some shit.
Oh yeah. That was some shit back from '99 or some shit where some woman said that I threatened her and I told her to kiss my ass or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was some bullshit ass thing. Some crazy asshole woman. When I lived in Charlotte, she was talking a bunch of shit to me one day, and I told her to kiss my ass, and then she said some shit about I threatened to kick her ass, which it was complete bullshit. I just told her to kiss my ass.
Mm-hmm.
But supposedly that's still showing on my record or some shit according to Blaze or something or another, and I'm just a criminal and a felon and all this all criminal shit and everything. And these motherfuckers don't even
Well,
know me, so whatever.
you know what he
Their
told us?
opinion- Do what now?
You know what he told us?
Told
He told
what?
us that when back then he stabbed his teacher with a pencil.
Who did?
Blaze.
No. Blaze
That's
is
what
he's irrelevant. Fuck. Anyways, whatever.
Yeah. He's more of a criminal than anyone. If he stabbed a teacher with a fucking pencil. I mean, that was his words.
No, well, he says a lot of shit, and all he does is yak. I mean, that's
He does.
basic. It. He doesn't come around. The only thing he looks for is something to make him feel relevant or put him in the limelight or whatever. I mean, I don't know shit about Blaze. Don't really care nothing about Blaze, to be honest with you.
Same here. He's a stalker. He comes
Well,
up with many different usernames.
yeah.
You
Well,
already
I mean,
know.
that's already been proven. I mean, I gave them everything that they needed to hang themselves, show their accountability and the actual people that they were. That was all that I was trying to do, anyways. So, and that right, thank you. I gave you everything you needed to hang yourself, and you went right through like we knew you would do.
The lightning though also could be the Blaze because he says flexi a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Yeah, he'd be impersonating people too. So watch out.
Well, the thing about it is, half the time you can't really know or tell who anybody is. Hell, I've been accused of being Bobby, JK, this, that, and another.
Yeah, I definitely don't see you doing that. I don't see you doing that shit. Now that Clark dude was doing that shit. You're breaking up a bit. Graham, you chopping up with it.
Do what now?
Your
Oh,
thing was
okay.
breaking
Well,
up the whole time you were just talking.
yeah. Well, I guess the internet or whatever still got
Mhm.
clouds or some shit. I don't know. But no, everybody thinks that I got multiple accounts and I don't. I delete an account and then I create a new one. I don't keep multiple accounts. I don't use multiple accounts. I use one account at a time. I don't even
Yes,
have the DJ's
I don't
mama
think you lie
cooking.
either. I think you tell them that's you.
Yeah. Well, and they usually know by the words because I'll repeat
Yeah.
some of the same phrases so that you know it is me.
Exactly. There you go. You're not hiding it. Yeah.
Oh, hell, I put my address and everything out there. I gave my damn name. I am not worried about any fucking body. People believe that I'm scared, but I'm not scared of anything in this world. I'm really not. If you come at me, we'll deal with it. If you come at me, we'll be fine. Everybody wants to paint me as a evil person and I'm just terrible and everything else, and I'm not. But I don't put up with bullshit. All banter or whatever you want to slide it and word it. But most of the time, a lot of these people are just miserable and they want to be bullies and say stupid shit and expect you just to take it. And when you hold people accountable for their tongues, they usually don't like it.
That's when the victim comes out.
Yeah.
The victim
And
card.
that's just everybody. I mean, they always want to just say their shit. And then when I say something bad, it's always an issue because I responded to you bring me up in it or something about me. So whatever. And that's just a lot in general. And that's not directed at any single person. But I mean, we was even, like I said, that one day there was a group of us up there talking, and Roy was even like, you know, it's not Cram, it's you saying the stupid shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was tired. He was tired of fucking, looking at that, the shit that they're doing.
Yeah. Now, if you want to have a real conversation, we'll have a real conversation. You want to start saying a bunch of dumb shit, I'll say a bunch of dumb shit back. Whatever.
Exactly. We all keep.
But I mean, everybody thinks I'm looking for a friend. I'm not here for friends. I just like to have the conversations, and I don't have to really have anybody in close proximity or deal with a whole bunch of stupid shit. But you end up having to deal with stupid shit because the drama llama just flows freely.
Would Serb ever admit that what he did was wrong by boycotting
I
the
have
Tracy?
to have that conversation with him. I ain't got that. That's between them. I have no idea. The only thing I can tell you is he told you he's copacetic and they're fine. So
I didn't hear her say that though.
you'd have to ask Tracy.
And it sounds like he speaks for both of them. That was his way of trying to quickly just brush it away. Like, we're good, don't worry about us, we're good. Not what it looked like when you guys attacking her. And she's like, I'm out. Guys are on your own. I don't know there, Serb the nerd. What are you talking about? Nonsense. We'll come back to them in a minute. So, I like these summer rolls. They're so good. You got Vietnamese joints around you, Cram? Vietnamese places?
Yeah, they got Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, hibachi, different things.
You ever get some Vietnamese food? Or not really? Cram? Oh, shit. I got you. My bad. I didn't realize you disappeared.
Yeah, I
There you
guess
are.
my atmosphere or whatever shit is cutting out because all of a sudden it just said that I was gone.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
you ever get Chinese, Vietnamese?
yeah, I've had Vietnamese, Japanese, Chinese,
Okay.
Taiwan. What I mean, Chinese, whatever you want to.
Okay, you have
Different
variety.
things.
You had all kinds of food. I got you.
Oh yeah, like I said, they got the hibachi grills and all that different type things, and
Hibachi's good. I like hibachi. Some nice nice garlic butter rice. Pretty good usually.
but yeah, fasting is always a big thing in life too because humans overeat anyways.
Yeah, I definitely ordered too much. I can't eat it all right now. Plus, the shit made me fucking choke earlier. Kind of lost my appetite
Yeah,
a little
but
bit.
as you fast and depend on the Lord and everything, you also spiritually grow as well.
Mhm. I go through like these binges, man. Sometimes I eat, sometimes I don't eat as much.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll like eat like a little bit, overeat too much.
Oh yeah. Damn, did you knock the whole rack over? You all right, fella?
No. Just packing up the bag. Closing it. So real quick. It's the sauce. The sauce is good.
What's up, Louisiana?
Riley in the building? Riley? What's up?
Yep. Now I'm a loin. All right. What's up, loin?
Did you meet Tracy? Breaking news. Berlin created what? Christian response to evil truth. Oh shit! Let's check out the link. Let's check it out. Um,
No, Muslim mows down some gays in Germany yesterday.
Grace and peace to you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. We gather today under the weight of a recent act of violence that has stained the city of Berlin. On the evening of July 25th, 2026, in Tiergarten Park near the Christopher Street Day celebrations, a 21-year-old German citizen of Lebanese descent named Abdul Balaut drove a van into a crowd of pedestrians. One woman was killed, 29 others were injured, some critically. He then attacked with a bladed weapon believed to be a machete. German authorities, including the Interior Minister, have called this an Islamist terrorist attack. The suspect had a history of radicalization, criminal offenses, and association with the Islamist scene. He had previously sought to join the Islamic State group. The following day, police located him in Spandau. When he rushed toward officers with a sharp instrument, they shot him, and he died at the scene. These are the established facts. We do not add to them. We simply face the reality. Deliberate murder and terror aimed at people gathered near a public event. Brothers and sisters, such violence is pure evil. It is murder. The commandment is clear: thou shalt not murder. Exodus 20:13. No religion, no ideology, no personal rage can justify ramming a vehicle into human beings or cutting them down with a blade. We condemn this act without reservation. We condemn every act of violence done in the
There it is,
name
there
of
it is.
any
My
religion
bad.
or any ideology. Murder remains murder. The evidence points to Islamist extremism as the motive. Extremist interpretations that justify the killing of those labeled enemies or sinners are a deadly corruption. Yet we must also note a troubling silence that often follows such attacks. Too many within the broader Muslim community fail to confront and renounce the radical teachings and networks that repeatedly produce this kind of terror. Soft excuses, vague generalities, or quiet distance do not meet the moment. Clear, consistent public rejection of the ideology that breeds these killers is needed, and its absence leaves a moral wound that harms everyone, including ordinary people who simply want to live in peace. As Christians, we are commanded to stand against murder, hatred, and terror. Romans 12:9 says, "Let love be without dissimulation. Abhor that which is evil. Cleave to that which is good." We abhor this evil. At the same time, Jesus calls us to a higher path. Matthew 5:44. "But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you." We are to pray for repentance, not for revenge. Vengeance belongs to the Lord. Romans 12:19. Jesus taught us to love our neighbor as ourselves. Mark 12:31. He never authorized violence against those living in sin. His kingdom is not advanced by force. John 18:36. Any so-called Christian who would celebrate or imitate this attack has abandoned the way of the cross. We must also speak honestly about the moral issues surrounding pride. Scripture is plain. God created humanity male and female. Genesis 1:27. Marriage is the lifelong union of one man and one woman. Genesis 2:24. Jesus affirmed this design. Matthew 19:4-6. The Apostle Paul describes same-sex relations as contrary to nature and part of humanity's rebellion against the Creator. Romans 1:26-27, 1 Corinthians 6:9-11 lists such practices among the sins from which believers have been washed and justified. From a biblical standpoint, we cannot celebrate what God calls sin, yet Christians are never justified in attacking people because of their sins. Never. Every human being is made in the image of God. That image confers dignity and the right to life. Every person should have the opportunity to hear the gospel and respond. All of us stand in need of grace. Romans 3:23. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Whether a person lives in sexual sin, clings to religious extremism that excuses murder, harbors hatred, or simply refuses to believe, the call is the same: repent. Jesus began his ministry with that word. Matthew 4:17. Turn from sin, trust in Christ alone. Salvation is found in Jesus Christ alone. He lived the perfect life we could not live. He died the death we deserved. He rose again. Romans 10:9-10. That if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. For with the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. If you have never trusted him, come now. Confess him as Lord. Believe that God raised him from the dead. Call on his name, and you will be saved. Romans 10:13. There is no sin too dark for his blood to cleanse. 1 John 1:7. For those who already belong to Christ, this tragedy calls us to deeper prayer, clearer speech, and faithful witness. Speak the truth in love, abhor evil, love your enemies, proclaim the gospel until he returns. May the God of all comfort strengthen you. May the name of Jesus be exalted. Amen.
Oh, nice. This is your other channel, Blue Collar Jesus Freak. Oh, Jesus.
We said, yeah, that was his channel.
Why is Necro ends his live so many fucking times? He ends his show like 3 times a day, doesn't he?
Who?
Necro.
No, I
Necro.
have no idea. Necro. Yeah, I have no clue. I guess it had been going for a while, so he wanted to start up a new one or something. I don't know. It's his
usually
channel. He can do what he wants.
you know,
Hell yeah.
Riley, what you doing? Come on up, man. Come hang out. Come chill. Tell us some stories, man. I know Riley got some stories.
I'm
I wanna
just in a laid back, chill mode at the moment.
Crazy swamp stories, man.
Uh-oh.
There's like fucking crazy creatures out there too, probably.
Not the swamp ass stories. Oh, hell.
There's definitely something out there. There's something out there everywhere.
Yeah. Hell, Bobby could give you some swamp ass stories.
Where's a good place for like the meteors? That's probably like Arizona, right? Or fucking yeah,
No.
right?
Area 51.
Deserty area, yeah.
Dino might be able to give you some meteor stories.
Dude,
That's more his neck of the
I
woods.
don't know why. I always wanted a metal detector and like go like dig for stuff.
Well, you could go to the Jersey Shore and run it down the beach.
The beach. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you can. I seen a little video. This dude is like goes around the beach with this little metal scooper thing, like a
Mhm.
rake. It's like 6 feet wide. It just goes around, drags it, and just scoops the sand through it. Oh, you'd be surprised finding like watches, rings, all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they clean the beaches, probably.
Yeah. Well, hell, last time I was at Myrtle Beach, there was a guy, that's what he was doing at night. And when everything was washing up, was running down through there with a metal detector and had his little scooper and all that shit. And we was talking to him when we walked down the beach and everything.
Nice.
But I don't like Myrtle Beach. It's dirty Myrtle, as I call it. But I mean, everything's so polluted anymore. I mean, people dump shit in the ocean all over, and hell, even out there in California, in between California and Russia, there or whatever, there's a big island pocket of nothing but trash. They keep trying to clean up, but it's just like
Just up there.
Yeah, there's a big. Yeah, and it just sucks more shit in all the time, and they never have been able to clean it all up.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
Shit ton of plastic out there in the ocean.
Oh, yeah. Any kind of debris and trash and everything, and then it just piles up and collects, and forms like an island because of the current and the channel and everything, and it just sucks it into an area, and then the shit just collects there.
It's like literally like an island, huh? That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just an area that's nothing but trash, but it's, looking at it, it looks like an island, but it's nothing but debris.
Yeah, compact debris. Yeah, that's it.
Now, have you ever went back to Russia or ever thought about
No.
going?
Nah, especially not.
Gotcha.
I don't think you could go there anyway right now.
Well, from what I heard, they have like martial law in a lot of areas out that way.
Mm-hmm. It's fucking, they're like under attack, I believe. There's like drones just bombarding everything over there. They're like, wherever Russia's making money.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a huge landmass, but in actual area space, there's, a lot of it is not even developable or anything like that, they say, and it's open just territory and area.
Yeah, it's just vast open land, right? Basically.
Yeah. You have your cities in specific areas, and then the other terrain isn't all that great. Because hell, when they lost Ukraine, that was the best fertile and area in general. Anyways, that's why Ukraine is so sought after and everything, because that was the best land in the area, from what I hear.
For like growing stuff, right?
Yeah, well, growing and then just minerals and everything like that. And when they lost Ukraine, that was a huge blow to the, what was it, USSR or whatever.
Well, that was a long time ago, right? You're saying that?
Oh yeah, that's when they did the disbursement and all that. Hell, that was back in the 90s or late 80s or some shit like that, when the USSR split up and they disbanded and all that shit.
Yeah, I'm not that good with the history stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, it was the whole Soviet Union thing and all that shit, and then they had the disbursement, and then
It's like same shit. Fucking Ukraine and Russia like fucking speak the same fucking language and shit.
Well, why do you think Putin's been so hard after trying to get Ukraine back? And him and that Ukraine guy have been at it, and then the forces have helped out, and because America was helping Ukraine, and then America pulled out, and then France started back in Ukraine.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but France is who sent us the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, that's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in what, like the 1800s, late 1800s?
Whenever they did that, I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, they were the ones that sent us the Statue of Liberty, and then they have the red, white, and blue as well on their flag. So I mean, things just all tie together.
When was Statue of Liberty was given to United States?
Seemed like it was 18 something, but I can't remember.
France officially gifted the Statue of Liberty to the United States on July 4th, 1884. It was later dedicated to New York Harbor on October 28th, 1886.
Thanks.
Yeah. But there's a lot of tie-in and things, and then the colors on the flags, and then the disbursement of the nations and everything like that. A lot of it is there's some kind of rhythm and color scheme to it all, but being able to completely understand it is a little bit above my knowledge at the moment.
Which one? The Ukraine flag?
Well, just all of them. If you look at them, they all have some similarities and then some correlations and everything like that because of the color schemes and then the patterns and different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But figuring out the grand scheme, I haven't totally been able to equate or really
Put two and two together type shit.
well, just specifically for sure say that I know the correlation between the nations.
So
But
much little detail that goes into everything.
oh yeah,
So many different meanings too.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's just like, you stop and think about it. Like you have these little groups and these, cliques and everything like that, and then you got the back chatter of, other little sections, and then actually knowing who actually is backing who is always a question because there's always shit going on behind the scenes, and somebody else is always trying to one up or have a leg up on somebody else. So there's always going to be conflict because you got too many different people involved into a situation that you're trying to make one, but it'll probably never be a situation of one.
Mm-hmm. You gotta cut down your circle sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And again, you could clearly see who's there and what their intentions are.
The nation in whole is all corrupt. Government is corrupt. You got these world leaders up above that are, involved, but yet in actuality, they're puppets to begin with anyways, because there's people above them that are orchestrating and making decisions and having them do what they want them to do anyways. That's the sad part about it, because, the 13 elite is something that is serious out there. And people, oh, that's bullshit and everything like that. But no, there's actually like 13 elites out there that branch out into 300 different people. And, just from the family lineage of it all. And then they are basically what controls and dictate what goes on in the world in general.
They rule the world, basically.
Oh, yeah. You got the Rothschilds, you got the Rockefellers. Hell, it seems like the Waltons are involved. There's a number. Was it the Fontes or somebody? There's just different, players that orchestrate, and that's like everybody blames presidents for shit, but in actuality, presidents are just like dictators. They're just puppets for the people above. But
they're just the face to be blamed.
Oh yeah. Well, not only that,
that's why they get paid. That's why they pay them.
Yeah, but you got so much that's got to go through Congress and Senate, and all these other people got to give their input and their vote and everything like that. And it's just a constant chaos all the time because you got too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Remember when Elon stepped in there with his team and they started uncovering shit?
Mm-hmm.
Remember some accounts are being paid. Some accounts are like 200 something years old that are still being paid. Like, what kind of shit is this? Is it some like immortality going on? Like, why is there accounts from like 200 something years ago being paid out?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's even like Hackman and his wife when they died out there, and then they found the underground tunnel, and then files and different things and boxes and all kinds of shit that never actually anybody came out and told, but there seemed to be a lot more to that than was actually being disclosed. I don't know how deep Hackman and his wife were into things, but they had an underground tunnel that went out to a backside of a mountain, and then boxes full of documents and everything else supposedly that were found eventually after. Oh yeah.
They didn't disclose what documents.
Nah, nothing ever came out, and they really said a whole lot about what it was, but supposedly a whole bunch of stuff was uncovered, and there was an underground tunnel and shit went down outside of the house and out the backside of a mountain or some shit, and then there was a welded shut door in their thing that they had to pry open, but and everything else, like they were trying to keep somebody out from trying to slip in the backside or some shit.
Oh yeah, just in case, I guess. Just in case.
Yeah.
Somebody found an entrance in the woods or in a mountain,
Mm-hmm.
lead them back to their house.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they would have came in through that cave or whatever, mountainside or whatever, they'd have been able to walk right up into the backside of their house. So that would have been a security issue without question.
Yeah, that's why they probably was blocked off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's like, I mean, there's so much stuff in the world that hasn't been discovered or really figured out and everything else like that. And then here we are planning trips to the moon or Mars and everything else and figuring out the galaxy. And hell, we don't even know everything about Earth in its own right in general.
Underground tunnels and thousands of miles of tunnels. It does exist.
Oh, yeah.
They're like uncovering shit like tunnels that they don't think was built by humans.
Yeah, well, and then there's so many underground caverns and caves in the world and everything else, which, I mean, that can be very dangerous trying to go into stuff like that. There ain't no telling what's down there or around, and then the depth of the ocean and everything else. And hell, if Atlantis is actually down there.
Yeah, you're right. You don't know what kind of creatures out there and what kind of like air. Well, obviously they come prepared with the air stuff, but you never know what lurks down there. You're absolutely right. Something that you've never seen before. You might get stumped by a fucking giant.
Yeah. Well, hell, there may still be a damn megalodon in the ocean for all they know. Hell, they've done
at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah.
See, that's crazy, right? Like, how do these fish survive swimming at the bottom of the ocean, at the bottom of the sea, such a depths, when some of these human-made, robots can't even go down there?
Well, not only that, with them doing the recreation and then the cloning and everything else, like they brought animals and different things back and all that shit. Who's to say they haven't already cloned a megalodon? All they had to do was get the DNA of a megalodon and make it, and they've done recreated one. Hell, who knows?
Well, you gotta pull that DNA first from somewhere.
Oh yeah, but they did those 2 wolves a while back that were supposedly extinct and everything else, and they brought back 2 extinct wolves.
Yeah, well, because they could find them in like permafrost. Versus a megalodon, it's probably just a tooth and it's already fossilized.
Yeah, but in all that ice out there, you don't think there's possibly a frozen megalodon in the Arctic or some shit like that?
Yeah, no, you might be right. That's crazy, right? How it happened to where things like almost instantly froze in its place.
Mm-hmm. Well, look
Like,
at the
what?
firmament. The atmosphere before was nothing but ice, and then they tried to build the Tower of Babylon or whatever, Babel or whatever, and all that shit to get up to the gods and reach and everything, and then they got to erase the filament and all that shit, and God crushed the tower so that they couldn't reach the heavens and all that. Supposedly, I mean, there's so many different stories and things out there, and then a lot of times it sounds far fetched, and then you come back and you go, "Well, damn, maybe that was actually more sensible than what they were, or it was sounding at first." And you find out, hell, 90% of the shit that you're fed and taught in life, you end up coming to find out was garbage to begin with, and then you figure out the reality, and you're like, "Damn, there's some shit." It gets deep out there, man. And there's so much shit in the world that nobody actually understands or thinks that they know the answer to. But then you come to find out, if you really, you know, look into it, you're going, "Well, that was bullshit." But then you come to find out, oh, it wasn't bullshit.
You got to do the study.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got to study for yourself. Yeah.
Well, and then they're coming so reliant on AI anymore. And you don't actually really check into it. You just go off what you're told. And then if the data doesn't check out, if everything isn't equated incorrectly to what you're actually trying to do, you can end up with incorrect information.
Yeah, you can't always trust. Yeah. Especially the ones that tell you, like, double check your work. The AI is not always right.
Oh yeah. Well, I
I'm
mean,
sure there is. I'm sure there is reliable AI to where like self checks itself. But yeah, that comes with a cost.
oh yeah, but at the same time, you gotta have you gotta dot your I's and cross your T's and have it to a specific set
Yeah, you have to
criteria.
have your own knowledge of things as well. Correct.
Yeah. And then
To
if
make
you
sure whatever
leave
is correct.
Yeah, but if you leave out certain details or have technicalities in it that you haven't equated, then it can give you false information or incorrect results.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
There's so many facets to things in life that people just don't actually equate to or look at. They just automatically assume they understand and know the result or outcome of it, but yet they don't have all the details or the facts that go along with it before they make their determination or speak their mind. And that causes a lot of the misconceptions and complete decompression of civilization in general.
Slowly. Whoa. these motherfuckers are blaming shit on the gas station pot.
What?
Whatever you were. They were saying that the God's grandson is like, oh, he's smoking that gas station weed. Like, you fuckers.
Oh no. I haven't even smoked weed in what, I don't know, 8 to 10 months. And they call it gas station weed, but it was 100% fucking weed. And then they went in and busted the place and wouldn't even let them sell it anymore. But they called it the synthetic, but it wasn't the synthetic. It was actual weed. But they
Oh,
you know.
it wasn't that. It was actual bud. Okay.
Yeah.
They raided some shops over here in Jersey for selling the Delta 8 stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the THCA and all that shit. But no, this guy was selling actual bud out of the gas station, and it wasn't synthetic. But, like I said, these guys are always full of incorrect information. They don't even know what's going on. They just automatically assume they understand or know what's happening. And that's what's so laughable about this shit, is because they just get a little bit of detail and they run with the narrative or the story that they want to be true, but yet they don't actually have all the facts or information together. They're just creating on the way.
Correct. That's always been. That's how it's always been.
Yeah. And you can tell somebody something and explain it to them, and then when they regurgitate it, they completely regurgitate it to another sector or another section of what was even said. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah, they're losing the argument, so they got to pivot somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, and it's not even a matter of arguments. It's just the fact of the matter of you're not even being able to comprehend or facilitate what is actually being expressed to you. Therefore, that's why your whole capacitor or your mindset does not equate to the situation that is even going on to start with. I mean, processing is always an important part of life. If you can't even process the information that is given to you, how you're going to equate it to an equation to start with?
They choose not to process, basically. That's because they want the shit that they want.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's how drama is exactly created. Yes.
Some folks are just not fair.
Mm-hmm. Comprehension is always an important part of life. It really is.
You try to do right by people, and they fuck you over. That's also, I guess, part of life too.
Oh yeah.
You live and you learn.
Well, and that's what makes people, more, I guess, edgy, or I wouldn't say. I mean, it's just one of them things where you learn along the way, but at the same time, you don't try and keep making the same mistakes or put yourself out there to deal with the same bullshit on a repetitive basis. Especially, like they always say, if somebody shows you they're a snake, remember, they're a snake. A snake will always be a snake.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. Because they insisted on giving them a chance, and they totally fucking blew it.
No, once somebody
we already know it was just a fucking troll.
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of trolls out there. I mean, like I said, I've been around to a lot of the different sectors and talked to many different genres of the sectors and classifications or whatever you want to call it, and however you want to disperse it. But a lot of the same shit goes in all of the sectors, no matter what sector it is or what it is. Because I mean, I even see higher up, I guess you call well-to-do communities and stuff like that. They have a lot of the same bickering bullshit between them. I'm not sure if you're even familiar with what is it, Kwame Brown. He was a basketball player.
I remember Kawami maybe 3-4 years ago. I came across some of his lives.
Okay.
I didn't see it all. I just watched it here and there.
Yeah. Well, him and Gilbert Arenas and some of the others, they end up in their bickers and battles, and it's the drama stuff. And I've even talked to Kwame and everything, and in the sector he was in, he was telling me he wanted to get out of it because it was just a messy ass sector and a lot of problem ass people.
Mm-hmm. Damn, that sucks.
Yeah.
He had quite a bit of a following too. I remember.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's got a big channel. He's on YouTube, but does their little talks and everything like that. But I mean, there's been people that have shut his channel down and stuff like that from time to time. They'll try and hurt his income or stuff like that.
You said YouTube shut his channel down here and there?
Oh, well, people will have struck his channels in the past and shit like that and tried to, affect him just like they do y'all and shit like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing, just on a lower scale.
Yeah. Yeah, I never get that show. Trying to well, I guess that's the only people that could do dirty is by trying to fucking hurt somebody's income.
Well, people do whatever they do for a reason, but they have some kind of intent behind it. But at the same time, they're adults. They know what they're doing. So, I mean, it's not like you got to really explain it or anything like that, because they are adults. So they know exactly what they're doing. People are going to do what they want to do anyways, right?
Yeah. People will do.
Well, that's why it's not even anymore. That's why I'm really not even concerned about the opinions or what people got to say or what they think, because they're all supposed to be grown adults, but yet at the same time, you wonder why you end up with daycare centers on these channels. It's like, what the fuck?
Necro's daycare center, yeah.
Well, I mean, Tracy was hollering about she had a daycare center. I mean, I've heard many other channels talk about their channels were like daycare centers. I mean, it's not just specifically anybody or any of this. It's a common theme all over YouTube. Like I said, I've been to the sports side. I've been to the gaming communities. I've done the gig, the drama llama, you name it, whatever, crocheting, coloring, whatever you want to call it. Fucking, it's a bunch of stupid shit all over. And then, you know, I went to some of the religious ones and they have their battles back and forth. You got everybody that's set in their way with their religion and everything and what they believe. And then nobody actually agrees on what they're actually saying. So then they end up bickering back and forth. And so, I mean, it's just like when I keep telling people spirituality is completely different than religion. They always try and compare religion and spirituality, but they're two different complex entities. And that's the thing people don't. They automatically assume they're the same thing when in actuality they're completely different. Because as much as everybody doesn't want to agree or look at the picture, religion is basically built off of control. It honestly is. It's trying to tell you and look at you how to dictate or facilitate in the nature that they want. And then a lot of the different texts are reworded and fit the narrative of something. And then you got to watch out for Zionism because that was brought into effect and play as well.
Good thing we were never any kind of religious, forced to go to any churches or anything like that.
I went to Christian and I've done the Southern Baptist and I've been to church and I've
And,
this and that, but I wasn't ever a Bible beater.
I think I was baptized
Mm-hmm.
when I was a kid in Ukraine. When I was a kid, I remember we went to visit some father's friends that lived in Ukraine, and I remember going to like a church, and they like put water on me and shit when I was a kid.
Okay.
Right? That's baptism. Is that what it's called? The Catholic? What is that?
I'm not real familiar with Catholic. I never did Catholic, but
I don't know none of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, see, I've been baptized and I've been saved. I was baptized once and saved twice.
What's the that they put water on you, right?
Well, they dip you on the baptism and then they put water on you on the saved.
Yeah, I don't know. They just poured some water on me. They didn't dip me.
Yeah, because
From
when
what I
you're
remember, yeah.
baptized is when they dunk you into the water thing or whatever, the tub or however they go about it, or if they got you a pond or wherever the lake or river or whatever.
No, it was, yeah. Oh, this thing was inside the church.
But it was probably like a tub or something like that.
Yeah, it was like a little water thing at the tub. Yeah, they just put it on my fucking face. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Well, usually the saved is just where they put the water on you. The baptized is the dunking where they put you under the water because Jesus was baptized in the river with John or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the baptizing when they did in the Euphrates River or whatever. But that's where they dunk you when you get baptized. And then I've also seen some like comedy things where people go to baptize and they go to dunk the person and then hell the preacher fell in with him and all that shit. And
What would that consider, like bad luck or some shit?
well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's not convenient, but at the same time, that guy was doing everything trying not to laugh at the preacher because the preacher done fell into the tub with him and everything else. So
that's great.
But yeah, when I was younger, a lot of, you know, different things and
I
views.
believe Ukraine used to be underwater, bro.
Do what now?
I believe Ukraine used to be underwater. Because I remember running around over there with some other kids over there, and like running up the mountains and shit over there. There's like pink rock salt, and there's fucking seashells. There's seashells. You can find seashells all over the fucking place.
Well, they had a lot of fertile land, and then they had a lot of minerals and extracts and everything. Like I said, Ukraine was a vital loss to Russia when they didn't have control of it anymore.
Was it pink? Maybe it was white. It was definitely rock salt, because I remember cutting my hands fucking trying to pick some of those boulders up.
Mm-hmm.
Because pink rock salt, I believe that's Himalayan. That's Himalayan salt.
No, I know they got plenty of minerals and extracts and things like that that are very vital, and that's why it helps keep them in line, because they have fertile lands and then minerals and extracts that they can produce.
Hey Google, where in Ukraine on the mountains you could find rock salt and seashells?
You can find rock salt and fossilized seashells in Ukraine's main mountain regions, primarily because these ranges were uplifted from ancient ocean beds. 1. The Ukrainian Carpathians, Transcarpathia and Precarpathia. Rock salt, found extensively in the Carpathian Basin and foothills. The town of Solotvino, Transcarpathia, is famous for its massive underground salt mines and saltwater lakes. Other historic salt extraction sites in the Carpathian foothills include Drohobych, Bolikiv, and Kalush. Seashells and marine fossils. Because the Carpathians rose from the floor of the ancient Tethys and later Paratethys ocean, marine fossils, including fossilized shells, ammonites, and corals, are embedded in sandstone and limestone rock formations across the region, such as near the Dovbush rocks and along mountain riverbeds. 2. The Crimean Mountains. Seashells and coral reefs. The Crimean Range consists largely of ancient limestone and coral reefs formed underwater during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. You can easily spot fossilized seashells, mollusks, and sea urchins in the exposed rock faces of peaks like Chatur Dagh, Demirji, and I Petri.
Cool. Thank you. I'm gonna charge my pad. It's about to die. Yeah, I guess we were out there somewhere. In the mountain regions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so much stuff on the earth that hasn't, completely been understood or found.
There's definitely places on earth no one has stepped foot yet.
Well, and then with all the civilizations that have collapsed and fallen, they don't completely understand or know exactly how advanced or what they actually had going on. They just go off of what they reference and think that they understand.
Mm-hmm. Everything just ruins, basically, though. You can't really.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely something catastrophic happened on Earth. It was a serious catastrophe. Almost like, I don't know, like a nuclear disaster.
Yeah, but a lot of those civilizations that they look at, they also, they believed in a god, but they also had a lot of false gods as well. They were,
You believe in an advanced civilization still, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, look at Egypt, and under the pyramids, they found all kinds of stuff. The Aztecs, they had that great pyramid there with the Aztecs, and then they're finding stuff under that. Even the giant civilizations over in Asia and everything, and the Genghis Khan Empire and all that stuff, and then Tarza or whatever, or Tartanian or whatever. I mean, that the wall, the
Bulgaria.
Great Wall, all that shit, and it was actually pointed at China, and I still don't think that China built that.
Right. I think we were
Tartarian.
talking about it last time, actually, how long that shit is. That
Oh,
shit's
yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
And
But
how long did you say
pointed
it took them to
towards-
build that shit? Like hundreds
It was
of
like
years?
over
or
1,000 years.
1,000 years. Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, I think actually we come to find out it took over 2,000, but I mean, it took a long time to build it. It's a massive structure, and then it's also like they were trying to keep something else out. It was pointed towards China versus, like it was built for China. I mean, there's so much that's undiscovered or completely determined. And then
It's almost,
Tartanian just disappeared.
almost like Trump ordered to fucking build the wall,
No.
just back then to keep the illegals out.
Yeah, but I think that's even bigger than that wall would be. But
It's pretty tall too, right?
yeah, it's a good sized structure because people get on it and walk and everything, and it's still in place, and it's a tourist attraction, and people go there all the time and everything like that.
Hey Google, give me specifications of the Great Wall of China.
Here are the primary specifications of the Great Wall of China. Total length, approximately 21,196 kilometers, 13,171 miles, including all historical branches and trenches. The Ming Dynasty Wall measures roughly 8,851 kilometers, 5,500 miles. Average height, 6 to 7.8 meters, 20 to 26 feet,
Wow.
with tall points reaching up to 14 meters, 46 feet.
Holy shit.
Average width, 6.5 meters, 21 feet at the base, and 5.8 meters, 19 feet at the top, allowing 5 horses or 10 soldiers to march abreast. Key materials, rammed earth, wood, and stone in early dynasties, kiln-fired bricks and limestone blocks in the Ming Dynasty. Key features, over 25,000 watchtowers, beacon towers for smoke/fire signals, fortresses, and parapets with crenels for defense.
Damn.
Yeah, it's massive shit, and there was a lot of thought and process put into that.
Constantly watching a tower, see if somebody lights a torch.
Mhm.
You gotta light the torch. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, the Tartarian civilization just disappeared. Nobody really completely understands or
happens,
knows
yeah.
what happened to them.
Fucking aliens came down, took them. Imagine not. No, it was just probably just like another Hitler, bro. Somebody just erased the whole fucking population.
Yeah, see, there's a thing with Hitler anyways, because his little symbol, he took that from 7,000 years ago in the Bible, because that was actually the symbol for peace and unity.
Right? That was a Hindu symbol. The swastika.
Yeah, the swastika, he just reversed it and moved the symbols in a different direction, but that symbol was for peace and unity back in the day, over 7,000 years ago. But he turned it into something that made it evil, kind of, in a sense.
Well, for everyone to hate it, even though Indians are still rocking it over here. Bro, I remember when we, still in high school, everyone got out of school, everyone's fucking walking to 7-Eleven, and the Indian guy had his car parked over there, and in red mark on where the fucking thing would be his I think he was driving a Honda. He had a fucking swastika insignia on that fucking thing. Oh man, some kids were flipping the fuck out because they didn't know what the fuck it was. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking Nazi, blah 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 blah. No, fucking dude had to explain it to them. It's crazy. Fucking dude almost got jumped by some kids.
Yeah.
Some old.
Well, I
Indian
mean, you've seen the movie American History X and how
Right.
that went, and that, you know, the white supremacy has always been tied to the swastika and all that shit, but it all depends on, you know, your mindset or where you go with things. And in actuality, it's not an evil symbol, but in determination of how it's used or the discretion that somebody uses it, it means completely different than the actuality of what it is.
See what these knuckleheads are talking about. If they're even talking about anything.
I get the shit done right, man, when I do a fucking order.
So well.
You know what? Last week I got a
Right?
fucking a bunch of fucking
Barely
meals for
hear
free,
them.
bro.
That's $4.
No, I have no idea.
I got
Yeah. Boring.
I don't know. I like talking about different things and seeing what different people know or what, and, you know, just the different outlooks and stuff like that. Because there's so much stuff. I mean, I
Oh, let
don't
me
claim to
show you
know.
the Bro Sanchez dude. You'll like him.
Mm-hmm.
I think you caught me listening to this guy.
Well, my biggest thing is I just don't do well with stupidity. I got a low
Yeah.
tolerance for stupidity. If you're just going to be an ass clown and a damn dingleberry and all that shit all the damn time, I don't have time for that shit.
Let me see what this one. He did a live one day ago. There's the Geonostic spiritual Jesus versus the papal literal Christ. Let me see what he's talking
The
about.
spiritual Christ, the spiritual interpretation of biblical symbolism versus the literal interpretation. What each one makes you, what does each one mean for humanity? Stick around, this one's gonna be a deep one. But before we get deep into this, let me just say, man, it's good to be back once again. But the greatest divide in Christianity, brothers and sisters, is not denominational.
Somebody try to fuck his
interpretive.
channel up.
So today's presentation
He just got his
is going
camera
to
back.
examine
Oh,
Excuse
yeah.
me a minute, hold on.
Well, he's talking about the spiritual
Today
versus
we're gonna be
religion.
examining
You know, on the context that it's
the
exactly
two
what he's talking about
fundamentally
right there.
different understandings of
Mhm.
Jesus from around the world. Now, a lot of people may say Jesus only exists in the Western world. You would be wrong. There's only one God on the earth that's been called by many names, and Jesus is yet just one of those names. What separates this deity in the Western world from its original interpretations in the ancient world and in the Eastern world today? We're gonna get into that today, and you'll be surprised how much knowledge there is to uncover as we go down that rabbit hole. So I'm going to show y'all the difference between the spiritual and literal interpretation from all aspects. We're going to do some syncretism and etymology today, like we always do, but we're going to crawl before we walk, you know what I mean? We're going to refer to this throughout the whole show. I want to talk to y'all while I write this out, if that's okay. Make sure you liking and sharing the video on your way in. Let's talk about the spiritual.
My buddy Jay
literal
said he told me about this now. I was like,
interpretation of
nah,
not
bro, I
only
don't
Jesus
remember.
Christ,
Because
but
I came
biblical
across this.
symbolism, ancient symbolism.
Well, the
And by
spiritual is
literally
completely different. That's like I'm always saying.
ancient symbols,
And then
you
he's talking
corrupt
about the literature and the literal meaning that you would go of it. So you got your two sectors that are going against each other. But if you look back to when Jesus was going, he did not tell you to go to church. He did not tell you to follow the Bible and all that. He was not preaching it in that aspect, but he was preaching the spiritual entity of God.
them, you invert them, and that is desecration. You change the original meaning. And what each of these different interpretations of the Bible or the Christ archetype means for us is, well, the spiritual interpretation means free will, and that is accompanied with sovereignty.
And they've all heard that over there. I told them that the free will was always their choice, and that was always there. Free will is given by God.
Opposite of free will and sovereignty, the literal interpretation is what we would call God's will. And what will accompany that will be servitude. Servitude in particular to earthly rulers. To earthly rulers. I think we can squeeze all that.
Yeah, that's that written context shit, or religion is control. Exactly.
Servitude to earthly rulers. That's what God's will mean for the masses. Now, why is that? Why, right? Does the spiritual interpretation mean free will? The spiritual interpretation points us inward. It points us inward toward the self. The spiritual interpretation mean this serpent that you see on a tree, for example. Let's talk about biblical symbolism. The serpent you see on a tree is a personification of the spirit force or sine wave energy, not sin, but sine, the sine wave energy, the kundalini energy that flows up and down the spinal cord. So this is all dealing with us. It's all dealing with internal knowledge. It's all dealing with personal enlightenment. But the literal interpretation is people literally believing in a snake that was talking in the garden. And now we get belief systems because the snake in the garden wanted us to be like God. And we're told by our earthly rulers, man can't be like God, but that is not a Christian way of thinking. The original Christians told us we need to strive to be like God. If God is good, why wouldn't we imitate God? But we can imitate Jordan. We can imitate Beyonce. We can imitate everything, but we can't imitate God. That's blasphemy. See, that is a Roman way of thinking. That's the Roman church, because they told their citizens that you could never behave right and morally on your own. You're inherently evil. You're a filthy sinner, and you need earthly rulers to discipline you and to rule over you and take away your sovereignty and free will, because you don't know how to exercise your free will responsibly, because naturally humans are born evil by default. This is religion and papal programming. So one is basically, let's just break them down one by one. I'm kind of getting ahead. I'm gonna go back to my list here.
Deities
So
in
the
control.
spiritual interpretation leads us
What
to
happened?
self-government, because once
What
I
are you
start
talking about? The deities in
teaching
control,
people
the religion aspect of the written word.
Mhm.
about the spirit within them, there are laws that govern the spirit, and discipline is at the top of the list. Our spirit is the righteous force within us that creates an incentive to even do good in the first place. Is to please the soul within man. We feel good when we do good. It confirms that the God within us, that we're acting out of the will of our own divine soul versus the external indoctrination. I can go to war and take land in the name of God when you're dealing with earthly rulers, because they're establishing an earthly empire. Whereas the true Christ taught that the kingdom of heaven was within. Now, if the kingdom of heaven is within and there are laws that govern the kingdom, then the inside world must reflect outwardly. And that's where self-discipline and self-government come in. So we can also put right here Islam, which is I am self-law and master. So on the spiritual side, we have self-government. On the literal side, we have what's called fiat government. How many of y'all familiar with fiat government? Drop a one. What comes with that is fiat currency, a slave system, a debt system, but it's all founded on religion. Self-government means each human being becomes a self-governing law and master of the self. You're in control of your own vessel, being the body. The moment you're not in control over your own body, if we're talking maritime law, which is the foundation of fiat government, is based upon the law of the sea, any ship that is abandoned can be anchored by a mothership. Now, let me explain to you. If you're a big ass ship, right? You this huge ship traveling in the ocean, and you find an abandoned ship. It's finder's keeper when you're dealing with the law of the sea. It's pirate's law. Abandoned ship.
Yeah, out there in the water, yeah.
And claim that. The point is this: your body is treated like a unmanned ship at sea, and because of that, it can have these strings attached to it. It can be anchored to a mothership called a mother church, the Catholic Church or the papacy, right? The papacy, the mother church, is really the mothership, showing you how government establishes itself based taking away free will and sovereignty based upon religion, teaching us we're born inherently country, and that's the law of the sea. You can have children on a ship, and that's still an abandoned ship. Now you may say, but Sanchez, how is that an abandoned ship if it got children on it? By the law of the sea, if there's no pirate or crew aboard to man what they call man the ship, like able to steer the ship, control this thing, then guess what? It's any man's, it's finders keepers of the people that can steer it and control it. And when you're dealing with government, fiat government, when you're born into this world, they basically say, hey, this person Their body is a ship at sea, but it doesn't have a captain or no one to steer it correctly. So you would be like a ship at sea with little kids aboard. If a big cruise ship find that ship, they can just take control of. Ain't no pirate, ain't no authority above it claiming it, controlling it. So your soul inside of your body is like a little kid in a ship. If your soul isn't mature and doesn't know that it is a sovereign being and it is not its body, but it is the self-governor of its body. By default of you having a soul proves that you should be in control, meaning that the only people that should have earthly rulers is robots, machines, AI, and all of that. You shouldn't be demoted to the level of artificial intelligence, but I would even put you even lower than AI, because AI is less governed than humans. AI has more sovereignty than human beings on earth. So take a look at what I'm showing you here and you will see how we get to this point. So we're like ships at sea that have told every ship in proximity, hey, I got a ship, but I don't know how to drive my shit. I don't know how to, I'm no pirate. I don't know how to steer my ship. So give me a god, give me a priest, give me a pope, a bishop, give me a crew. All of these names and titles are part of a crew. See, your pope, your bishop, all of the clergy members, these are crew members that you're allowing to pirate your ship and steer, because you have forfeited free will and sovereignty at sea. I'm dealing with the law of the sea. You can understand how you turn over your sovereignty. So even though you have a body, which is a ship, you're telling the religious order, I don't know how to steer my ship. I'm a sinner, meaning I'm a clumsy pirate. I crash into shit. I may sink my ship. Please come save me, Messiah. Give me a life raft or a crew to steer my ship for me. Then they send in the clergy to rule over your people when you do that. It's happening on a spiritual level. Drop a 1 in the chat room if everyone can hear me clearly, just to make sure that my little mic is still going on the board. I keep peeping at the chat. But if y'all tracking with what I'm saying, drop a 1. You know we take our time over here, man. Yeah, your body's a vessel. You're forfeiting the right to steer that vessel when you subscribe to religion. All right, let's continue, man. So you got self-masters and you got slave masters. Now look, the slave masters, not only can they not govern themselves, they go around the world conquering other people who are out of control and lack discipline like them. So you have self-masters. These are people that stay in their land, keep to themselves. They have a spiritual system of trying to maybe kill their ego. They're not on world conquest. They're on self-conquest. So with self-masters, you got to conquer your ego, right? So we can put ego / the self. With the self-masters, it's about self-conquest. With the slave masters, it is about world conquest. Now, another word for world conquest is Zionism. When we say, and this is important, I know everybody ready for me to get to the symbols and the syncretism, but let's do this kindergarten stuff first. This may seem redundant, but stay with me. You're going to see why I did it. So self-conquest versus world conquest. World conquest is called Zionism. Now, why is that? Because you just can't go around and conquer the world, okay? You got to justify your reason for doing so. And that's called Zionism. So let me just teach you guys some very simple, basic, important stuff before we move on. All right. Yes, there's a such thing as world conquest, but anybody can seek to conquer the world. I can do that right now, and I will be on world conquest. It's a difference when we talk world conquest, right? When it comes to Zionism, is literally like saying the word computer in the same sentence as Microsoft. Because even though there are a lot of computers, there are what we call mother and father companies that can be responsible for laying the foundation for computers. And that's what we talk about Zionism. Anyone else on world conquest, they're just copying off the originators, the Zionists. Now check this out. Everybody on world conquest ain't a Zionist. Why do we want to talk about Zionism today? Because if we're going to deal with Christianity, we got to understand what the literal interpretation of it leads to. See, the reason they want everyone to literally interpret the Bible is because before these oppressors showed up to our land, we had a concept called the promised land. And the promised land was the kingdom of heaven. It was your ability to access the higher realms because you had mastered yourself through self-mastery. The people who didn't care about everyone mastering themselves, they cared about mastering the world. Look at what I'm showing. You had a group of people cared about mastering themselves. The promised land to them was a kingdom in a higher realm that our soul go to because we did what was right. Then you got these other group of literal interpreters or barbarians. Their promised land is over there on the Gaza Strip. Their promised land is literally a map you can pull out right now and see the kingdom of Zion that they establishing on earth. They already rebuilt the temples. They going around right now.
That's that Zionism I was talking about earlier, Flex.
Because they're rewriting the maps and they taking over these certain strategic sections. If you look at what they're taking over, you will see these are all the lands that the biblical.
He be doing live sometimes too. This was actually a live from the other day.
Okay.
God promised the children of Israel. But these are not the true children of Israel.
Let me give you
the promise to the children of Israel was a promise of a kingdom that is not even on this earth, y'all. It is a heavenly kingdom, a spiritual kingdom that is not made out of any material that can decay and fall apart. It ain't built by the hands of man. They corrupted this stuff because the promised land was called Asgard. Shambhala is what it was called.
Hey,
Many refer to it as the base reality, Asgard, Eden to some. But it's not physical. It is a spiritual kingdom. You can't even see it with your human eyes. Okay, so they turned it into an earthly kingdom, and that's what Zionism is. The people who are using military power to take over the world, but they're sanctifying it in the name of God. That is all founded with the literal interpretation. Whether you like it or not, if you interpret the Bible literally, you are a Zionist, whether you like it or not. You can't say you're not, because the people that invented interpreting these ancient symbols literally were Zionists. No one else in the world took this stuff literally, man. We knew snakes didn't talk. We know snakes didn't talk. We know people didn't walk on water. We was using symbols to talk about ascension. But the barbarian inverted those symbols by taking them literally. And that hid the truth behind people believing in fairy tales. And what it supports is that the promised land is an earthly kingdom that we got to sacrifice our children to earthly authorities to go fight and help them take over the world. World conquest, not self-conquest. Christ was about fulfilling the law, which the law is thou shalt not kill, not steal, and all that. Christ never said he came to be a blood sacrifice. This is the Antichrist that is speaking that, and we finna get into the symbolism with that in a minute. So I want to lay the foundation for the spiritual and the literal before we hop over to the symbols and images and syncretism. And that's what we're doing right now. Let's finish. Make sure y'all hit the like and share button, man. We've been gone for a minute. Let the people know we back. Hype it up.
You back?
Yeah, boy. Hype that joint up. Oh, look. So look, right here we got internal enlightenment. And what's the opposite of internal enlightenment? The opposite of internal enlightenment is external indoctrination. No one can teach you about your soul. Just think about that for a minute. Your soul is the part of you that knows everything. You have a gold mine of knowledge, the Akashic records within you to access. Your soul don't have a beginning or end. Your
Records
body,
in another realm.
your body is the part of you that preventing a lot of y'all from grasping the shit I'm saying, because you listening with your ears instead of your mind. That sound crazy, right? But check it out, right? The part of you that lives forever, it don't have to learn nothing outside the body. The body is the part of us with limitations, according to the ancients. The soul is our infinite, the part of us that's basically the creator within us. So like a lot of people who was meditating, they were seeking enlightenment and they were getting wisdom and knowledge through like what Confucius and all them was doing. Because that approach is saying, look, all of the knowledge of the universe is within man. He just got to tap into it. You can't learn it. You know what I'm saying? That's what enlightenment is. It ain't that I learned, and it's the aha moment, like I rediscovered something that I lost. And that's why I was teaching y'all about Hermeticism, because when man fell from the higher kingdom, we fell through the 7 spheres, and we were stripped of some of our knowledge when we fell through each one. Now, when you get to the earth, you so dumb that you are an empty vessel waiting for indoctrination, and we perpetuate the cycle of ignorance. The biggest enemy of truth is tradition, and tradition is the literal interpretation of people believing in talking snakes and miracle workers. And the truth is right here, which is us decoding these symbols the way that our ancestors did, who created them in the first place. So internal enlightenment leads to universal truth. And external indoctrination leads to what's called established truth. What's the difference? Universal truth wasn't established. It's something that can't be created or destroyed. The law is the law. The law wasn't created. The law can't be destroyed. The laws of the universe are just always is and always was. This is something that's so hard for you little humans to grasp, that some things don't have a beginning or ending to them. I know. Go sleep on that tonight. It's going to fuck you up. And it don't matter how much it fuck you up. Guess what? At the end of the day, tell yourself, it's just my little mind that's making it hard to grasp this. But the universe is bigger than my little mind, okay? Just keep telling yourself that to keep your ego in check. So you have universal truth, and then you have established truth, and these two are at war with each other. Now, you may say, well, Sanchez, if universal truth is at war with established truth, then universal truth gonna win. Not necessarily. The universe don't work by what's right or wrong. It works by what we agree to as a collective. If the majority of the world, of us sovereign beings, it's a spiritual voting system. If the most of the world subscribe to the established truth and the literal interpretation, then what we will manifest in our world will be Zionism and world conquest. Now go outside and look around and tell me what we manifested. This one, we manifest hell on earth, pestilence, AI controlling everybody, transhumanism with chips in you, more authority, more laws taken away, more tracking and surveillance. This is the kingdom of Zion, the earthly kingdom of Zion. This is what we're all agreeing to build right now. We're agreeing to turn over more sovereignty. And
he's pretty good at explaining it, right?
Well, yeah, he's good at explaining it, but it's the exact thing that I've been talking about in the difference between spiritual and religion, and how religion is about control, and exactly what he's pointing out right here to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Give more power to our earthly rulers. There are children born every day, and most of them are subscribing to the literal interpretation, furthering the plight of Zionism. This is a spiritual voting system. If they can indoctrinate the babies into it, the universe will play by the rules. And what are the rules? It don't matter what's right and wrong. It matters what you want to do. As a collective, we're telling the universe, we want to build hell on earth. We want to be ruled over by the Antichrist, which is AI, and the basically transhumans that run our world working with AI to rule over us organic beings until eventually most of us merge with the machine, which is the transhuman agenda, the mark of the beast or whatever. But
which they think is a statue,
the kingdom of earthly kingdom of Zion,
because there were no robots.
That's what we're
back
literally
in that time.
building, because the people on the earth is so sleep. Everyone falling for the propaganda, and everyone is going with the literal interpretation of some sort. If you subscribe to any Abrahamic faiths, they all are under the literal interpretation and the established truth, the safe truth. You know, a person can't talk how I'm talking about Satan not being bad, Gnosticism. You know, the spiritual interpretation is not literally, because that's not the popular teaching in the world. This is. There's a voting system in the world, and this is winning. So when I asked the question earlier, just because the universal truth is the truth that is timeless and is that of the universe, doesn't give it a free W. I have to correct a lot of people, because we think like that as sovereign beings. We think, well, because I'm good, everything gonna work out. No, that's what the church programmed into you. What it is it don't matter what's good and bad. It matter what you want. That's simply how the universe works. It matter what we desire, what we agree to consent to on an individual level and a collective level. If it was all about what's good winning, then you wouldn't even need revolutionaries and martyrs and all that shit. Things don't just work out for the good. Now, things can work out for your good, but according to my research about the world we living in, this world been this way a long time. What we call Eden, it was an early earth that wasn't this earth. We fell into this particular hellhole, and this place has always been like this. People say, but that was a time on earth when it was a paradise. That wasn't the same earth, man. That wasn't the same earth. We fell from that earth. That's why people looking for Eden and they can't find it. But check this out, y'all. I want to keep going with this right here because the established truth is just what creates what we call the establishment, the world fiat government. And what that means is it's the truth that we all agree to make, not what's really the universal truth, but the world we all agree and consent to make, rather out of ignorance. It don't matter if you was ignorant or whatever. It's just what we consent to make as a collective. So
yeah, where you get into the word.
This can be
and
looked
you want
at
to
as
go off of control.
the Tartarian.
Say it again.
It's where they go into the word and they want to go off of control because of the written word, and that you got to follow the transcripts.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's talking
and the
about
barbarian
Tartarian.
world over here, which is the literal interpretation. It creates the barbaric system or the papal system. And over here would be, of course, the spiritual system, which is the non-literal. And then you will have your literal. So the difference would be this right here between the barbarians and Tartarians, right? Because this is where it gets interesting. In the ancient Tartarian system, we had something called self-sacrifice. This meant, this was the foundation of discipline, because think about it. You may have mischievous thoughts in your head that may infringe upon another person's peace just to make you happy. But guess what you got to do to create paradise and peace on earth? You got to sacrifice the desires of your own self and be considerate of others.
Yep.
That's called self-sacrifice. Now, in the other system, the barbarian system, you got something called blood sacrifice. And what blood sacrifice people believe in is, I don't gotta practice self-sacrifice. I can do what I want to do and believe in a blood sacrifice to wash away my wrong. You see the difference? The papal literal interpretation create people that believe in blood sacrifice. The spiritual ancient literal Tartarian interpretation here, it creates people that subscribe to self-sacrifice. They have to sacrifice. For example, you got people in the world that they want to take over the world. They want to be ruling over everybody, but the key word is want. They don't need to. So yeah, we have a lot of wants, but the average person say, guess what? I can't do what I want to do. That's called having discipline. I don't live in a world alone. I may want to walk up to everybody that look crazy to me and smack them, right? But you got a group of people that says, I don't got to practice self-sacrifice, which is sacrificing what I want if it's hurting somebody else. If I got to take over these people land and enslave them and all that just so I can get what I want, then it's wrong, right? Most of us think like that. But the Zionists, they say, you know what? Forget self-sacrifice. We're going to perform a blood sacrifice, which will allow us to do what we want, do what thou wilt, and get away with it. We can wash away our evil and karma with the blood of Christ. So there go your difference. No need to have discipline or practice self-mastery. because you can just ask for forgiveness when you mess up. So here's the difference between the two before we get deep into the syncretism and symbols, which we're about to get into here shortly. So self-sacrifice is based on the law of karma. Blood sacrifice is not based upon no laws. In fact, it is a lawless system. It is the opposite of the law. In fact, let me just do it this way. Blood sacrifice is based upon an outlaw system.
That's like that martial law.
A system that said this will allow me to operate outside of the universal law of karma because I can wash away my karma with the blood of a sacrificial lamb. Now, people, you know you can't wash away a law of the universe. These laws don't bend or yield to nobody or no ritual. That's just facts. But they convince the world of this lawless, barbaric system. And over here, you know, you got the law of karma governing people. So the law of karma is what I call the true Christ. The true Christ wasn't a dude that walked on earth. The true, think about this, right? The true Christ was an archetype. It was like a superhero character to teach man how to follow the law during a time where man was struggling with self-discipline. And the man was saying that the law is too hard to follow. Christ say, I didn't come to do away with the law and be a blood sacrifice. I came to fulfill the law, which is to show you, hey, you can do this, man. Look at me. I'm not lying. I'm not stealing. You see, Christ didn't come to the earth and say, look, man, I'm going to die for you so you can go steal and kill and take over the world in my name. You following what's called the Antichrist. Let's write that down. Christ said, I ain't come to do away with the law, but the Christ most of the world rock with is the sacrificial lamb, the blood sacrifice given to them by the papacy. When Christ said, I didn't come to do away with the law, but yet people will put that cross and that crucifix around their neck, that pagan graven image. And they will say, we're not pagans. We don't believe in blood sacrifice with a crucifix around their neck. They inverted everything, people. The pagans took over the world and got everybody thinking that they're not pagans. You see? And the people like me who teaching the spiritual, ancient, original truth, they're calling us the pagans today. They're calling us the pagans because we are associated with the serpent whom they call Satan. See, the Catholic Church taught these people that the pagan cultures worship the devil. And guess what? When you get into your ancient spiritual system, there's a lot of serpent symbolism because of the Kundalini. And we're about to get into that in a minute. So when we start connecting with our ancient stuff, they say, oh, that's Satanism, man. That's paganism. But it's just the opposite. The serpent was the true Christ. And the blood sacrificial, the white boy on that cross, that white man, that blonde hair, blue-eyed white man who's supposed to be a blood sacrifice for all the evil in the world, that is the pagan system. The pagans was into blood sacrifice. Open up your eyes. This ain't got nothing to do with blood sacrifice. It got something to do with self-sacrifice. Christ didn't come to the earth killing chickens and killing animals, talking about blood sacrifice. Even when people was practicing that kind of stuff under the law in the Old Testament, they called it paganism. The original Christians followed the law. And they saw people trying to do blood sacrifices, but they said those were pagans. Next thing you know, now we doing blood sacrifices and we don't think it's paganism. because they flipped the titles. The world call themselves Christians today, but they're literally Zionists and Romans.
Exactly.
They're Romans disguised as the synagogue of the true Christians over here. The true Christians
Damn
are
psyop.
all they all around you, but you can't find them. You know why? The people that run the world gave them their title. See, the world see our symbols. They see us talking about snakes and serpents and all that, and they see us tapping into ancient spiritual systems. And guess what these people say? They say, there go them pagans. But they the pagans. They inverted the shit. So anything associated with the ancient world, they say that is barbaric and paganism and blood sacrifice. The dumb ancient people was worshiping serpents and killing chickens and dedicating it to the gods. But if you look at it, that's what we're doing. You see what they're doing? These people killing their sons on Mount Sinai, and God playing tricks with them. Go kill your son for me. Psych, I was just playing. Now, that'll be crazy as hell if God make you say, God say, listen, go kill your son, Sanchez, to prove your loyalty to me and that you love me more than your son. What kind of incel, sick, insecure motherfucker is God? Now, God said he know everything. God know the future. So shouldn't God know that I'm loyal? Can't God see right into my heart at all that loyalty? Why God gotta make me traumatize my son? That's gonna cause PTSD to my boy, God. And guess what else God do to niggas? God will go make a bet with the devil. God will say, Satan, go tempt that nigga. I bet you can't. You can give him disease like what God did with Job. Come on, if God know everything, he know that Job was going to be faithful, right? So what God are we talking about? We're talking about the false God, the Antichrist, the literal interpretation. Because who's talking in the Bible for the voice of God? No man on earth was promising. Listen, ain't no spiritual dude in the sky promising folks land, saying, go conquer the world in my name. Who is God? Why God keep talking to the evil folks? God ain't never talking to your grandma with a world conquest mission. God keep talking to the Bush family, the Trump family, the Rothschilds. God only telling them his plan to take over the world and which nations to invade. Why God ain't telling, goddamn it, you know how many saints in the South praying? God ain't telling us the military plan. Nope, God only telling his plan of world conquest to the people that hung us on trees. And we going along with it saying, yeah, that's God's plan. Because we've been conquered and indoctrinated with this stuff. And when you born into something, it's hard to turn it over. It's all you know, even though if it ain't right. So that's the difference. True Christ, Antichrist, man. We about to turn up, right? So what happens is the true Christ set the example of fulfilling the law by living with his actions, doing the right thing, treating people right. The Antichrist basically is a sacrificial lamb and a scapegoat that we use so we don't have to batter ourselves and work on ourselves. Because, hey, you just be forgiven, right? I keep telling you, if you keep cheating on your girl and she keep forgiving you, you ain't gonna work on yourself. It's an excuse system. If I keep calling off for work and they just keep excusing it and ain't giving me no splack, I'm gonna keep doing it. You forgiven. Come on, man. Ain't nobody gonna get better. So again, let's get
just
into
keep doing
the
it over and over
symbolism with all this stuff.
Well, why do people go to church and repent and, feel like if they go every Sunday and then the next week they're doing the same shit?
Let's do some.
Yeah. It's set for them.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I was talking about and why people don't actually understand the difference between spiritual and religion. I mean, that's the exact definition of why I said they're two completely different aspects. And he's ran down through everything that I've been saying all
Yeah, he's
along.
literally breaking down the shit you were trying to talk about.
Yeah. But that's where I was saying the comprehension didn't come in, because every time everybody was going about to quoting literature and
Yeah.
all of
They're
that shit.
constantly just
And,
clowning. All they're trying to do is just clown the other.
yeah. But that's the exact thing that I was breaking down, is that they didn't even comprehend or understand the difference in the aspect of what it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Some syncretism, get into some etymology. I know what y'all want. And if I miss any donations,
Sánchez cocinando.
if I missed any donations, then hold up a second. Y'all let me keep on going with my flow. And then I'm gonna read all the donations and do all that at the end. Is that all right with y'all? It'll keep me on track. So look, let's get back here. I want to show y'all some now. We finna go into the deeper part of all this to show you the pre-Christian Christianity or Gnosticism, the spiritual system of Moses and the Egyptians versus this Zionism that they teaching today. Now, let's do something real quick. So, name Jesus. All right. And you have this name. How you spell it? Iusis. I forgot how to spell it. But so we about to go deep now. So check this out, people. The name Jesus, right? It shares a common thread with a lot of deities that predate Jesus, but they represent the same thing. So check this out. You see this? Jesus, if you take the J off, which it used to be Isis, it was ISIS. See, the thing is this. The barbarians was in Egypt, and they corrupted the system over there with the literal interpretation. What am I saying? These colonizers went to Egypt, and in Egypt, this where the original Christianity was being taught, because Egypt was a part of Tartaria. All around the world, the Egyptians and other people would have knew this stuff wasn't meant to be taken literal. It's a spiritual interpretation, not a literal interpretation. We would have known that in Egypt. But look, in Egypt, we wouldn't have had Jesus Christ. We would have had ISIS. Now, I'm going to do something real quick so I can paint a picture in your head. When you think of Jesus Christ, guess what you think of? A dude with his arms like this on the cross, making like a plus sign, a cross symbol, right? Simple stuff. Keep that in mind. Because Ma'at or ISIS was doing the same thing, but instead of being in between two thieves, she was in between two scales. So look, that's why Jesus is ISIS. Because the original form of Jesus was a female called Isis. And when the barbarian took over with his patriarchal self, he made Isis into a man. And that's how you get Iosis, which is the first form of the male corrupted form of Isis, being Jesus. It's Serapis as well. But what the male Ma'at represent is a literal interpretation. What the ancient original version, like Shu, he's a male version of Ma'at, but he represents the spiritual interpretation, the spiritual cosmological interpretation. Nothing literal. There is no dude holding up the doggone sky for real outside. That's saying that the whole world around you is being projected by Shu. He holding it up because it's all in the mind. For example, let me give you an image real quick. Let's just slow down and give you something. Our reality is mental, and I want to show y'all something about this image right here. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Here is an image of the brain cut open. Once again, the human. If you look at this, what do we say about Jesus with his arms open? This was not, the ancestors was not being literal with this stuff, y'all. What they was trying to do was teach with biology. They was cutting the brain. Think of the Egyptians was taking the dead people and they was cutting open the brains, man. And they was able to see. Because what was the point? A lot of people want to know the point, right? The point of cutting open dead bodies to look and study the brain, we was literally looking for the mind. We were looking for the mind, the part of us that's thinking. I would think about, this may sound crazy to y'all, but think about this. Ancient people knew there was some inside of their head called a mind. And it's thinking. It's another them inside of the body. They knew how deep the mind is, right? And early people was cutting open the brain, looking for the mind, trying to see what the mind looked like. And when they cut the brain open, this is what they saw. A little dude holding on to a bunch of neural highways, and he was a headless horseman, because his head is cut off by Stargate. He got big boots on, that's Santa Claus. Now, Santa Claus holds on to a bunch of reins. And if you look at this God with the big boot on, he's at the North Pole. Santa is center, Santa. This is Jesus or Isis balancing the scales. So you can see Ma'at right here now, at the center of duality, creating a split in the universe, left and right, negative, positive, man, woman, sun, and moon. We did that when our higher self fell into this place, into the body, which is the lower self. What does that do? Now you are a creature that's part higher self, part lower self. That's what duality is. It's a war within man of good and evil. This is the battlefield of Armageddon. The left and right brain is constantly at conflict. One is pointed up, one is pointed down, like the yin yang fishes, 6 and the 9. One leads to a path of descension, one leads to a path of ascension. One is governed by intuition, one is governed by instinct. So look, I want to show y'all Isis. All of these images right here, when, like we said earlier, Isis with the scales before Jesus. I'm showing you other versions of it. Look, remember how Jesus was formed in Egypt with the bull and the serpent. We finna get into that because think about this now. This is mathematics. Ma'at is math. Because 0 is creating negative and positive integers. The 0 point is the Christ point. You're looking at them personifying how duality is created by the divine force within man. We're splitting the universe. with the light of conception. And I'm about to show you that in a minute. When your light interacted with the darkness, it created duality. In other words, it's to say the yin met the yang when your higher self met the lower self. The act of you falling and pairing up with yourself created a dual form of you, a two-face like Janus, Joker. So the left and right brain represent the fact that you are not one person, you are two different versions of yourself in one body that's merged together. This is how the ancients taught. The ancients, and they even painted artwork like this, like when the Mona Lisa was painted, Da Vinci painted two Mona Lisas, and he took the left face from one of them and paired it with the right face with the other one. He didn't just paint one Mona Lisa. Now, that is a form of painting portraits that is very old, where they would paint two of my faces and take the left from this part with that one and put it with the right one with that one. That's spiritual, man. That's spiritual.
That's crazy.
You're literally this part of you and this part of you is two different yous. I know that sounds crazy. But this is how the ancients taught and how they looked at reality. And I'm about to build on this concept and go even deeper. But first, I wanted to show y'all like why the name ISIS is in the name Jesus and Moses. And there's another one we're gonna point out. Let's keep going though. Let's keep going. Let's look at some images real quick. Here is the Egyptian god Shu. Another name of Jesus is Yeshua. And the reason I'm showing this stuff is I want to show you guys the difference between the spiritual interpretation and literal interpretation, because a lot of these barbarians gonna show up saying, Sanchez, I'm gonna pray for you. And I'm gonna tell you what I don't like about barbarians. They always say they're gonna pray for me, but yet the world around them is falling apart. If these folks thought that their prayer could work, why would they pray for me when I'm helping folks out versus pray to feed an Ethiopian baby? These people will show up on my channel and be a Sanchez, I don't agree with you, so I'm gonna pray for you. It's a baby starving. Won't you say that prayer for them instead of a little intellectual disagreement, man?
Well, I mean, he's right.
Yeah. You bothering God about some bullshit. Well, God, I was debating Sanchez on YouTube and I want to pray for him because he was wrong about this answer. Man, Sanchez healthy and I'm taken care of. Meanwhile, there's some people out there that's fucked up, even in your family, and you taking the time out to pray for me like a fool.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the God Shu, because what the barbarians don't like is when I show them that we had it first. And that's what Kanye didn't like about Ray J, man. Kanye didn't like that about Ray J. You can't get mad that I hit it first, nigga. Now check this out, y'all. These barbarians, they come hit it way last. The whole hood didn't hit it by the time they get hold to it. But everybody thinking that they got the right version. No, you got the loose version. It ain't no more walls on it, and it got hella miles on it. It ain't the same like it was. Now check this out now. This is the original version, and it's not a literal interpretation. If you think that there's some cow dudes standing up in the middle of the earth holding up the sky, you're a fool. What the Egyptians are trying to show us here is that the universe is inside of man's skull. Look at this. Here's the god Shu holding up the sky. When you look up at the sky, at them stars, you're looking at the end of your own neural highways. Everyone is projecting their own luminaries into the sky. Now, this is too deep for a lot of folks. It's too deep for a lot of folks. But this image right here is this same concept. The Egyptians knew that the world around us was inside of us. It's like dreaming. Where are you when you're in a dream? You're in your own skull, your sleeping head. And that's what the Egyptians is showing us. And here is a Mayan version too. It looks like a human head, but it's the earth cosmos. Look at it. This is literally Mayan cosmology. And the sun and moon is basically your two eyes, you know. You can see this here. As above, so below, folks. And there's a reason why the word school, skull, skill has the same SK root as sky. Sky. The sky is the school. Look at the S and the K. Sky, school, skill, skulls, that SK. So the Egyptians knew that Jesus Christ was the mind. Now, what did I ask y'all earlier? When the Egyptians and other people was cutting open people's brains, and they was looking, it may sound crazy to us today, you may laugh, but guess what? You got to think about it. The very first humans on the earth to realize that the mind was a separate entity from the body, they started looking for it. Today, people say, well, we looking for the Grail, we looking for the Ark. People even say we're looking for God. All of that, the original quest for the divine was to look, they was looking for the mind. You can't deny that the mind exists, but it's not physical. So the earliest humans to study this, they was cutting open people head who died. And they was saying, now, where is the part of them that was doing all that thinking? Now, you may laugh, but it makes sense. You would have did it too. We only know what we know because they did that. And what they found out is we can't find the mind, but we know it exists.
Yep.
We can cut the brain open and look for the mind, but ain't nothing there. When you cut the human brain open, I'm gonna show you. This is what you see. Where the mind, listen, where the mind should be is just it's a hole with nothing there. Now here go the crazy part, right? Here go the crazy part. Even though we don't physically see nothing there, instruments in the hospital detect all of your brain activity there when people die. The ancient people cut the brain open to look for the mind, and where the mind should be, there was nothing there. But they detected the most activity in that empty spot. Let that sink in. So people will be in the hospital and they will have been breathed their last breath. And even though there's no more activity in the body, there's a huge concentration of activity in the middle of the skull. Way after people have breathed their last breath. Now, here's the crazy part about this stuff. It is more brain activity at the core of your skull.
Probably because it's
when you
suffocating
die
and dying.
Versus than when you lived your whole life.
Shutting down.
Let that sink in. When a person dies, you would think that if a person dead, there's no more brain activity. They're gone, right? It's just the opposite. When a person dies, there's more brain activity than ever in their life. What's going on? Let me tell you what's going on. Now think about this, right? A person that's alive, their soul is inside of their body. It's trapped, it's in their torus field, the brain, all that. It ain't leaving. It's like some water in the sink, and I got the stopper in there. But this little hole in the middle of your brain, it's like the sink drain stopper, keeping the water from pouring out. When a person die, rip, that is pulled, that plug is pulled, and all of the spirit force is able to flow out of this little portal, this little hole. And that's why it's so much activity detected. It's like saying, when I pour the stopper on the kitchen sink and let the water out, we're going to detect more activity coming down that pipe than we did when the water was just sitting in the sink, right? So this is, scientists want to play dumb because they don't want us to know the truth. But this is what's going on, right? Because the head is the temple of God. It's Solomon's temple. So this is where the soul is dwelling at, in a dome, just like a mosque. And if you look up the word mosque in etymology, it's like a place where flight take place. Like when you say mosquito is dealing with a flying insect, but a mosque was dealing with a place where the spirit takes flight at. And this Mount Calvary, how the soul leaves the body through the pineal gland, like Jacob met God at Pineal, and Jacob's ladder, right? So let's do some syncretism here. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back with you.
Join this channel and become an official member to gain access to perks such as member badges and the members only live chat room. Gain additional access and features based on
large, because now I wanted to get into like syncretism. All of this is dealing with Isis. Now, a lot of people don't know Enki, Enoch, Noah, all of them is Jesus. This is the spiritual interpretation. The spiritual interpretation connects all of these deities all around the world because there's only one truth, which is why I can make this collage right here. So when I was talking about the God of duality, if you look at Jesus and Enki, they showing you the same thing of your body only existing in a small portal where the yin meets the yang, the sun meet the moon, the mama meet the daddy. You see what I'm saying? Your body is a polarized entity that's part good, part bad, part left, part right. And that's what these images represent. This is the God of duality. And I'm going to show you another way of looking at this so you can see why this is important. Because we talk about Isis balancing the scales, and the God of duality is like this. The Vesica Pisces is showing you what Ma'at. Let's just do this. Look. Yin, yang. Hold on, let me do this. Show you what thing about duality. So our body can't exist outside of this matrix. You see this? This is you right here. This is you. Let me give a better face than that. Hold on. You feel me? Look. So it's like saying, look, yin, Yang, you are the serpent, which is the present. Now, you can rearrange the word serpent and you can get present, past, future, present in the middle right here. The present is wrapped up, right? What's a gift? A present is wrapped up. Look at the center, Santa, Christmas gifts, Halloween pumpkins. What do we do in Halloween time? We put a face on a pumpkin, right? Look at this. Open your third eye, man. I want y'all to open your third eye, man, because we do a lot of rituals that don't make no sense. And people don't laugh at these dumb rituals, but they would laugh at me bringing back the spiritual interpretation. The literal interpretation is carving pumpkins. That's a ritual that don't mean nothing. The spiritual interpretation, the face on the pumpkin is right here. The pumpkin is a Taurus field. This is the Vesica Pisces. So think about it. What's wrapped, the present is wrapped up. Boom. It's a bow on top. That's the crown chakra right here. The crown of thorns right there. Look at that. It's like we're trapped inside of this pumpkin, man. That's why they carved the pumpkin. Now, what do they call a carved pumpkin? A jack-o'-lantern. Why do they keep saying the word jack? Because Jack had a beanstalk. Jack had a ladder, Jacob's ladder, Jacob's ladder, jack-o'-lantern, Jack in the box. This is Jack in the box as well in his cube right here. This is the electromagnetic energy field around the body. If you think that I'm just drawing some shit on the board and making some stuff up, guess what I'll do? I'll show you guys another version that ain't mine. Here you go. You see that? In the middle of this bubble, this is when people don't, when I say Jesus ain't literal, man. Jesus is ancient people trying to teach you about your electromagnetic energy, your God body. Jesus got a cup on his head, right? I want to ask these Christians a question. Why Jesus got a cup on his head? Look. Now, Jesus got a cup on his head because people was using this. Hold on. Look at here. Jesus got this same cup on his head. It bends outward like the crown chakra, like Nefertiti had, because the Greeks was learning from the Egyptians, but they was corrupting it. This is the same Nefertiti concept, but this little hat you see on his head is right here. That little hat you see on his head is right here. Look at it.
The funnel.
This why because Jesus wasn't a real person. No more than this dude is a real person. Look at it. It's just an archetype to teach about spiritual energy, unseen forces. You see this image right here? You see how all of these magnetic ley lines is piercing into this man's body? This is why Jesus was pierced in his sides. People, let's just move forward. Now, Jesus was pierced in his sides. He had a crown of thorns on because people was trying to teach about this. You see that heart in the middle of that man's chest? Is teaching the electromagnetic energy field of the heart. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. People was teaching this before your literal Christ. Everything Christ was saying, we supposed to be listening and learning from that. You don't supposed to be believing that he's a blood sacrifice for people to do wrong and get away with it. That's the literal interpretation that's coming from the barbarians. Blood sacrifice, outlaw, antichrist system. Stay with me. I'm about to break it all down for you. I'm about to break it all down to you. Now let's go back to the board. This is what Jesus trying to teach us with the Vesica Pisces. Jesus is teaching liberation or the victory of the soul. Inky is Nike. Nike is like a Greek version of Ma'at. The goddess of victory, liberation, balance, equality. Look at Inky with his arms out like Ma'at. And if you rearrange the word Inky, what do you get? Nike. Because Inky is the patriarchal form of Nike. If you rearrange the word Inky, what do you get? Enoch. E-N-I-K is Enoch, which is Enoch. Enoch. Enoch and Enoch, the same dude. They keep poking their head out of that hole, man. Why do Enoch keep poking his head up out of that hole? Look at him. Look at Enoch right here. And I like the flat earth one too. That's a beautiful one. Let's pull it up. He keep poking his head out that hole. Where is it? Here you go. This is Enoch right here. Look at Enoch poking his head out the sky.
Nah.
Just like this one. This became the Statue of Liberty because it's talking about liberation. People don't realize that the Statue of Liberty got 7 spikes because the Statue of Liberty is Krishna in America. Yep. The original spiritual system in this land was Hinduism and the knowledge of ascension, which is what Enoch is teaching us. The Statue of Liberty got spikes because Enoch got spikes. Look at what's around Enoch's head, a halo and light rays, the crown of thorns of Christ when he ascended. Enoch is one of the first Christs. These are archetypes for ascension before Christ. Why am I showing y'all this? Because none of these are no damn blood sacrifices. They are spiritual interpretations of man's journey in the earth and out of the earth. Your birth and your death through the cosmic womb or the crown. That's what Enoch's showing us. And this is another collage to show you other deities. Samson is another one. An archetype that teaching us about leaving the earth, ascension, breaking through the 2 pillars, escaping duality. The name Samson is the word Mason. And I'll show you why in a minute. This little wolf deity you see here is named Set. Because guess what? Before Jesus, this was dealing with the serpent. The serpent in between Adam and Eve is the snake in between the yin and the yang. It's Jesus in between the 2 thieves. It's Ma'at in between the 2 scales. It's Moses in between. Let me just pull up. Let's just do this together. Come on. Let's do it. It's Enoch in between the sun and the moon. Guess what Enoch is going through? Polaris right now. Enoch is leaving the vault. Let me show you what Enoch leaving, because you don't know what's going on here if you don't understand ancient cosmology. There's a opening in the sky that our soul is able to leave the earth. If you don't have a soul, you can't leave this place, man, because there's a firmament dome blocking your ass. The only people that can leave this earth, they soul got to pass through a black hole. They teach this in science. It's called spaghettification. Go look it up. There's a black hole called Polaris in the middle of the earth. Let's pull it up. The Hebrew showed us this. The sky opens up and it allows you to go to a higher realm and leave the earth through this sky vault, what is called God right there. It's a hole right here in the firmament. Now look, only people with a soul can go there. That's a black hole. And the light within man can't escape a black hole. It gets spaghettified right here at Polaris. You see here? Let's zoom in. This little hole that you see right here, let me show you what it is.
Gate of hell?
It's the hole inside of your brain right here. Look. As above, so below. Now, peep game, right? When they cut open the human brain, they see this hole inside the brain, but ain't nothing there. It's empty. But peep game, right? All of your veins and nervous system and neural highways, they all flow to this one spot. Now, imagine how frustrating this must be, right? Peep game. You're a scientist, a biologist. You're trying to figure out the thing within man that controls the body. And you got all these veins running through your body, right? Through your hands, your toes. All of these veins in my fingertips and toes and all that throughout my whole body, they are like electrical cords. All of these cords go and meet up at the spinal cord, and they make a big braid, like a rope, a braid. All the veins that's controlling every limb on your body, they go to the spinal cord and braid up. And they spiral up the spinal cord right here in what they call the brain stem. And then they turn into your neural highways that you see in the brain, and they plug into this little empty chamber. But peep game, right? Scientists said our nervous system is connected to the thing that's controlling our body, aka the soul, the consciousness, the observer, the mind. They know where the mind is located because all of these veins got to be receiving a signal from the mind, which is in between the ears. So when they follow all of these roads to that one spot, ain't nothing there. The thing that's controlling the body can't be seen by the body. The thing that's controlling the body, the Egyptians call it the hidden one, aka Atum-Re. And what they was referring to was the seat of the soul, because they had cut the head open, identified the location of the mind, but didn't see nothing there. Equipment is telling them everything is there, but we can't see nothing. Let that sink in.
They don't know how
They
to
call this deity the hidden one because his tomb appears empty. Imagine this, right? Imagine going to a tomb in Egypt, opening it up, and you don't see nothing in there. But when people put their hand in there, they can feel something. They can detect something in this space, but visually, it ain't visible. That's what's going on with the space inside the mind. This is a tomb. There should be an entity seated here. But when they cut the brain open, the dude that's controlling everything ain't there. But we still see the mechanisms in motion. Let that sink in. That's like going to the cockpit of an airplane that's flying perfectly fine, but there's no pilot in the seat. You would scratch your head. You would say, wait a minute, this airplane is operating fine. It's making turns. It's using signals, but where is the pilot? We see the steering wheel moving, something is hitting buttons up here, but we don't see nobody in the seat. It's like an invisible man. That's what we find out when they cut the brain open looking for the mind. Now, to make matters even more crazy, all of, like I said, think of an airplane. You got all of these buttons and stuff, and you're seeing them being pressed, but you don't see nothing in the seat. Likewise, when they cut the brain open, they see all of these veins, right? These are like controlling mechanisms right here. Look at this little black dude, this little black part of the brain. Look at that like a little man. This is like a little man. And that's really what the mind is. He's holding on to all of these little strings, but these strings are called neural highways. All of these neural highways connect to every limb on the body at some point, and the signal that controls the limbs are coming from this white hole that you see in the middle of the brain. So every line connection cord that's making the central nervous system, it ultimately ends up intersecting right here at this white little hole in the brain. So think about what I'm telling you. That's like saying, hey, Sanchez, your computer is functioning. Your Windows software is running. It's powered on. And you can trace all of these cards to a wall outlet to see the source of power for my device. It's simple stuff. Likewise, the thing that's powering our body is seated in between our ears. And all of the electrical cords, the veins and stuff, it's all plugged in right here. And I'm showing you the image of it. Check it out. This is a culmination of all the nervous system in your body climaxing at one point called pineal or pinnacle, the pinnacle point. This little white ball is the ending point of your entire central nervous system, meaning that the wiring that connects the soul to the body, the connection point is right here in the brain, what we call the seat of the soul. Whatever controlling your body, moving your arms and your legs and manifesting its will through your body, whatever this thing is, it don't exist in the body. It exists inside of this little white hole, which is a portal that leads out of the body. So what this tells us is there's a higher version of us and a higher parallel reality that is manipulating our body, and none of our thoughts are ours. They belong to this higher version that is the final connection point to our central nervous system. Think about that. And the reason this is so important, right, is because this little white hole means that our central nervous system, ultimately the other connection part, the part of it that's the thing that's powering this system in our body and giving it commands, exists beyond this little portal of light. Think about that for a minute. That means that, and I'm gonna show you other images, there's a whole nother you, man, in a higher realm that is like a puppet master pulling the strings. And if you look at this, it looks like a puppet master pulling strings. Look at it. They call it Santa. They gave him reindeers and they gave him a bunch of like straps in his hand. But Santa is the word center, and it's dealing with the core of the self seated in the skull, which is the thing that's controlling you as I speak right now. They personified this as many entities that I'm showing you here on this collage. But let's move on and show you some more. Here is another image of what's going on in the brain, but this is also going on in micro and macro. So think about this, right? There's a big field of energy around your body. And it's a perfect, it shapes like a dome. But what that means is your body is inside of a bigger you. What we're calling a firmament dome is your brain on a higher level. What did I just tell you? The world around us is a thought within us. That's why this is hard for a lot of people to grasp. Whenever it get hard for you to understand what I'm saying, always think about when you're dreaming. When you're walking around your dream and you looking at the stars and the sun and the moon, it's hard to forget, hey man, I'm in my own brain. The sky is my skull. See, this is what programmers do when they want to hide equipment in a game. They put an interface over it so it don't look so bulky. So look, the clouds, when you see God in the clouds in a lot of these images, that's literally your mind inside of your brain. You see what I'm saying? But you may walk around a dream and say, how are those clouds my brain? But what we say stuff like, we saved it in the cloud space. Cloud storage. Why cloud storage? Now think about this. When you're in your dreams looking up at the clouds, what are you looking up at if you're in your skull? Brain tissue. Did you know that if you was to zoom out at the earth, the sky is like water? Everything about the sky is similar to a human brain, which is why the God's shoe looks like the brain cut open. Look at the brain right here. Now look at shoe right here. It's the same thing as above, so below. All of those magnetic ley lines are pointing toward shoe. Look at this image here. You see how these lines are pointing toward the dude in the middle? That's why Christ was pierced in his sides. You see, all of these stars are shining on shoe, the rays of those stars. That's what's connecting him to each parallel universe. He can leave from this point and travel through each of them stars to be in another realm. That's what I keep telling you, that every light in the star in the sky is a gateway into a parallel reality, and you're connected to the stars if you got a soul. If you don't have a soul, you cannot leave the earth. I'm showing y'all how we leave the earth. If you look at these images, Jesus ain't no damn alien. Jesus is an awakened soul. People act like we can't leave the earth. We've been leaving the earth through out-of-body experiences, astral traveling. That's what Christ is. It ain't no you. You can't leave this earth on a physical ship. It's like trying to fly out of a dream, man. You're stupid. The only way out of a dream is awakening. Imagine a dummy trying to launch a rocket out of a dream. That's the space program. The space program is so fucking primitive, and people think it's the most advanced shit man got when it's a bunch of CGI and Hollywood actors. You can't leave this earth physically. Imagine walking around a dream saying, how do I fly out of this place? The only way out of the dream is awakening. This is what the ancients knew. So the space program is there to throw us off like we can fly out of a damn mental. You're in your own mental matrix, man, just like Neo when he was sleeping his own pod. Everyone is in their own dream. All of our dreams are connected, giving us this experience called life. I keep telling you, it's just like gaming online. Everyone in their own house with their own computer, but all of that shit is connected with the internet, which give us this connected experience. But all of us is in our own reality. Let's move forward. Enoch is Enki. Here is Enki. Here is Enoch. It's the same knowledge throughout the ages told in different archetypes. None of these were meant to be taken literally, people. When you take this stuff literally, now people are going to worship Enoch so that they can leave the earth. What does the literal interpretation give us? Praying to a graven image to help us go to heaven. What does the spiritual interpretation give us? Knowing that the graven images aren't literal. They are spiritual archetypes to teach us that all of us will eventually ascend like Jesus, because ye are gods, not servants. You don't beg for immortality. You work on yourself to activate immortality that's already within you. That's what Enoch is teaching us. And the name Enoch is the name Enki when you rearrange it. And that's why everyone is busting out the sky vault. You see? And look at what Enki got on his head, a cup just like Jesus. And he's older than Jesus. So you can't get the young version and talk like you know something. The youngest concept is Jesus, and that's the literal interpretation. The people, it's like this, right? If Gucci get copied and the new company is called Poochie, they don't want you to know about Gucci. Every time you bring up Gucci, they gonna hate on it because you copied off it. You feel me? If someone make a channel called Bro Sanchez and they try to act like me, soon as y'all go over there and call them out on that, they gonna hate on the real thing. It's like going up to Sam's Cola and saying, hey man, Coca-Cola tastes better than your shit. They gonna hate on Coca-Cola even though you copied off Coca-Cola. That's the thing about being a knockoff. The worst thing you can be is an imitation brand, because the imitation, the knockoff, the copycat, got the hate on the very thing it copied off of for its existence. If I go up to the fake version of the Cinnamon Toast Crunch and say, your shit don't taste like the real one, what they gonna say? Yes, it does. It tastes just like the real Cinnamon Toast Crunch, if not better. That's a fucked up marketing scheme to have.
Nah.
Think about this, right? You copied off them people and your sales pitch is, my shit tastes better than the original and you can get it cheaper. Come on now. Your sales pitch is, yeah, I copied off them, but the copy is better than the fucking original. What a crazy position to be in. You might as well be original, man. You feel me? But this is what the Roman Catholic Church did. The Roman Catholic Church plagiarized the original shit and said, hey, our copied version is better because we can remove sins. You don't got to follow the law. Our version is better, Sanchez, because it removes sins, it gives you a blood sacrifice, and you can do what you want to do over here. You don't got to follow the law. Man, that's a crazy selling pitch to have. Your selling pitch is, yes, we revise and change the original shit to our version, but we did it justice. We enhanced it by taking off the unnecessary law that y'all had to follow to be good people. Now all you got to do is just believe in Jesus and believe in the blood sacrifice. It's to the point now you don't even got to be good. Your belief count more than your good actions. You can be a good person and don't believe in that pagan blood sacrifice and you going to hell. You see how they flipped it around? Here is an image of Noah in his ark. The name Noah is from the etymology of Noach. Yes, the word Noah had a C in it. It wasn't Noah. It was Noach with a C, Noach. But why? Because if you rearrange it, it's Enoch. They took the C off because they didn't want you to know Noah was Enoch. Sanchez, how the hell is Noah Enoch? Because they both are ark gods, just like Shu. Just like Shu. Just like Noah with his arms open like Jesus. Why you think Noah looking like that? You think Noah just doing like this because he want to give you a hug? Noah opening up his arms because he's Jesus. Noah is another form of Jesus, Isis, Enoch, Enki, Shu inside the ark. Noah ain't nothing but Nut and Gab. Here it is right here. Look. Why do Noah got all the animals in that ark? Well, let's go back to this image. Where is the world around you, inside of you? When you're dreaming, where are all them people that's walking around your dream? Just take a minute and think about what I'm telling you. When you're dreaming and you got trees and birds and animals and people all in your dream, where are they? They're in your ark, Noah. The whole world is inside of your skull. Reality is internal, not external. This is what the ancients knew. Ain't shit around you. Think about this, right? I know this hard to grasp. When you're dreaming, it's the world in you or around you. You fail if you say around you, because the dream is happening inside of your mind. Some gonna click one day and you gonna say, damn, this shit makes so much sense. Like, it's an illusion, because when you're in a dream, think about what you're in the dream. The world exists around you, which makes it seem like you're in an external thing. But think about this, right? If you are inside of a simulated reality, a dream world that you're making out of your own mental mind and thought, where are you in your own mind? The whole world is in your mind. Why don't it feel that way? Because your mind has projected a body inside of its own dream world to interact with its own dream world. Does that make sense? Your mind don't walk around a dream as your mind. Your mind interact with the dream world through the body. So when you're walking around a dream, you're not your mind. You're your mind in your dream body saying, what's up, man? Boom, 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 boom. So the world around you feel like something separate from you until you wake up. This image of our brain right here shows you what Shu represents. This is the god Shu right here holding up the sky, because what is the sky in your dream? Who holding up them stars up there? It ain't gravity. They just sitting up there. You know why? Those stars are the end of the neural highways. These neural highways are expanding outward and going all the way up to the sky in your dream, but they coming from the inside of your brain. Do you hear what I'm saying? There's a light shining from inside of your brain, all in the ray. It's creating all of these rays of light from a central point. And the end of all of those rays become a star in the sky. Those stars in the sky are what I call our external organs. We got internal organs. The end of our central nervous system is the stars in the sky. Picture yourself like a source of light, like a lighthouse. And this single point of light is emitting all of these rays. And each ray where it ends at becomes a star in the sky being projected from you. But each star is just a cosmic highway coming from the center reality, allowing you to transport yourself in between these parallel realities. Each neural highway is a highway to another you in another parallel reality. Let me show you what's happening on the board. Center or Santa is the God body, the real you at the base reality, but it's sleep. Here he go right here. He's sleep. But guess what? All around him are woke versions. Now these are woke. You see here? These are the stars in the sky. Every star in the sky is where Santa can leave and travel and visit a parallel reality. It's another you in each of these stars. It's a gateway into a parallel reality you're living out. But Santa is connected to all of his reindeers. This is Santa, the center you. The center you is connected to all the yous that exist in the outer, the multiverse outside of Eden. Eden is the base reality in the middle where the real God you would sleep at. And when he fell asleep, all of his consciousness got scattered all around him in the Exodus, where we left and that consciousness got split up into each version that exists in the outer realms. And you can't wake back up in Eden until each of these outer versions die. When all of these false versions out here live out their life and die, all that energy will return back to the source. And when every version, false version of you, give its energy back to Santa right here, then Santa can't wake up yet till you finish in the outer realm. But think about this, nothing is really outer, because even when you leave this outer realm, you're inside of a smaller version of you. It's like taking a cup from the ocean and putting a fish in that cup versus the ocean. It's still surviving in that small container. See, that's kind of what's going on here. We never really leaving the ocean. We taking the ocean with us in our little bubble. So we never really leaving the self. Is all connected here. You see? You just dreaming. What appears to be separation from God is only ignorance in a dream, forgetting that God fell asleep in the first place. You feel me? If you're walking around your dream feeling lonely, think about what I'm telling you. Let's say you start dreaming and you forget everything I'm saying right now, and you're a Christian feeling lonely, like God is way up there in heaven and I'm way down here on earth. You're in your own dream, right? What if something happened in the dream where you remember, oh shit, I just fell asleep, I'm dreaming? At that point, you ain't lonely no more.
Conscience in your dream.
Loneliness, the feeling of separation from God, is just ignorance and us forgetting we are gods. It's people walking around their own dream right now, feeling lonely and separated from God because of their indoctrination. But think about this. You're walking around your dream saying, I'm the one created this experience. The outside world is the inside world. That's within, so without. Everything playing out externally is happening within me internally. It makes you God now over your reality. Reality will start to mold and respond to you accordingly. It's just like a dream, man. Everybody can go to sleep tonight and start dreaming, but some people dream may be a nightmare. Some people may be walking around they dream feeling gloomy, feeling lonely, and they may wake up saying, I had a weird dream, and the feeling may even linger afterward. But think of you dreaming and saying, oh shit, I know I'm dreaming. I'm asleep in my bed and back home, and I'm just exploring my other reality. At that point, there's no feeling of God way out there and me way down here. You're a little bit of you knowing that you walking around your own skull. You can't feel separated from God because you know God is just you sleeping in your bed. And the you in your dream is just a projected you he created for his representation while he sleep. You know you ain't separated. You know that you're the very thought and projection of the sleeping God. But the literal interpretation says God is way up there, man is way down there, and you better worship and serve God through what? The religious leaders on earth. See, the literal interpretation is controlled by the popes, the bishops, the church, and the state. The spiritual interpretation is controlled by what? The spirit. That's it. What? Nothing else, Sanchez? Nothing else. That's it. You can go home. That's it. The spiritual system is all in the name. It's a spiritual system, not a religious system. Religious system is controlled by earthly authority. Spiritual system ain't controlled by nobody. Is your spirit either in control of your body or your pastor telling you what to do? Your earthly authorities giving you order through religion. And people will tell you, Islam made me a better man. When I became a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a better person. I joined the church, I became a better person. You didn't become a better person. You became an indoctrinated person. But Sanchez, I don't sell drugs no more. If you telling me believing in fairy tales made you stop poisoning your people, you're evil to me. I look at it evil. Think about what I'm telling you now. If a person try to justify religion and they say, but Sanchez, I'm a better man today than I was yesterday. You telling me believing in fairy tales make you behave right? You don't want to tell you what make me behave right? My love for y'all. I don't want to sell drugs because I love y'all. I don't want to kill and do all that because I love my fellow human. See, I can say, well, I'm being good because I'm scared to go to hell. I'm being good because God told me to. I'm being good because the Holy Ghost being good through me. I'm really evil by nature. Ain't no good action in me, Sanchez. See, I don't talk like that. I'm good because I'm a good person. Y'all are good people too, and it ain't nothing wrong with giving yourself credit. You know why you don't want to say that? You think it's egotistical to say that. You know why? Because the church told you we're born evil by default. When you grow up learning that we're born sinners and we're born wicked, anybody say, man, you're a good person, they gonna look like the enemy. That man ain't good. Ain't nobody good but God. Us humans are filthy, evil rags. You telling that to little babies? Damn, that's child abuse, man. That's psychological child abuse. If you saw a mama calling her child a motherfucker, a bitch ass nigga when he 5 years old, you would say, man, that woman is abusing that child. But you don't think there's nothing wrong with the woman calling her baby a filthy sinner, a wretched rag. These are terms they called me coming up in the church because the Bible say that. If you don't think it's psychologically healthy for a child to be called a bastard, a dirty scoundrel, then you got to feel the same way about you calling that baby a sinner, a wicked person, and they ain't even do nothing yet. You gonna make me just go on and assume that damn role. If you keep telling me I'm an animal my whole damn life, I'm just gonna become an animal, man. Because you said it's natural for me to be evil. If I do act good, I'm gonna feel like I'm doing something unnatural. And that's what we doing, because a child will be a good ass child, but they won't let the hood know, because everybody know we supposed to be turned up, nigga. We ghetto, we ratchet, we sinners now, we wicked now. Ain't nobody born like Jesus, nigga. We gangster. What the fuck? We're living up to this evil shit that they put on us. But by default, everybody really good. Everybody really good, man. I done more dirt in these streets than a lot of y'all. And I'm telling you right now, I'm still good because I felt bad about it. The reason, what I would say a person ain't good, if you done bad and you didn't feel shit. If you did bad and you felt bad about it, you still got a soul. There's still some hope for you. The more bad you do, the less bad you feel about it. You're losing your inner light. You're becoming dark inside. Moses is ISIS. Moses is Jesus. Moses is Shu. Sanchez, you just saying all of these deities the same. Yeah, they are. Look at Shu. Look at Noah. Look at Enoch. See how everyone coming out of an ark? Look at Jesus coming out of his ark, y'all. Look at him coming out of his little ship. These is the same story. This is what syncretism does. It allows you to connect the dots. There are no different truths. There's only one truth being told in different ways, folks. So let's keep moving. We see Noah right here. Let's go back to Shu. Let's go. We finna get deep with this now. Here is Noah in his ark, y'all. Look at this image I'm sharing. This right here is Noah in his ark. This right here is Noah in his ark. It's a macro, micro, as within, as without, fractal code of how energy manifests in a continuum within itself. So what we're looking at now is an image of how the mind occupies the brain. It's very appropriate, this stream I'm doing, because my last one was about Hermeticism, where I talked about the word hermit. And you know that a hermit is a deity that lives in recluse, in isolation, in a shell, which if you look at this image, the mind lives in the brain by itself in isolation. Everyone's mind live in its own brain solo. Show me somebody brain with 3-4 different minds living in it. I'll wait. And at the same time, while you at it, show me a hermit crab with 3-4 crabs in one shell. I'll wait. You ain't gonna see it. It's a reason it's called Hermeticism. A hermit lives, and the word shell is hell. Just take the S off. The energy is being held within a shell, what you call the firmament dome. So everyone's mind is a hermit. But let's keep moving, because what we're looking at is the mind inside the brain looking like a crab inside the shell. That's how the mind lives, like a recluse, like a hermit. Now watch this, right? The body lives inside of the auric field the same way the mind lives inside the brain. So you can go from this image right here to this image, and it's the same fractal code. It's of, what is the code? You exist at the center of the universe. And you, because of that, you're splitting the universe, creating duality. That's the fractal code. If you look at this image, your body exists in the middle of its own auric field. And because of that, what does it do? It splits the field with two sides. How is left and right created? How is sun and moon created? How is duality created? It's an effect based upon the cause and effect. The effect is duality. The cause of it is Santa. is Santa. So now the center creates left and right. If you look at an integers line, the 0 point is what separates the negative from the positive. Let's pull it up. This is Ma'at. This is Jesus Christ. Ma'at is math. Look at it. The 0 point represents the Christ point. That's where the universe is split in between negative and positive. This line that you're seeing with the 0 in the middle, it was personified into a deity right here. Look at it. Now, when I say the 0 point, look at the images and think about what you're saying out of your mouth while you look at what you see with your eyes. Learn how to connect sound with visuals. The 0 point literally has a 0 at that point, or a black hole. 0 ain't the smallest number. 0 is the birthplace of number. 0 is the highest number of all numbers. Ain't no number higher than 0. All numbers were born from 0, and they go back to 0. 0 is literally infinity, the 360 of life. You can't have numbers without 0, which means 0 ain't a number. That's like saying Jesus is a disciple. He's not the damn follower, he the leader. Polaris is the 0 point. All of the zodiac follow Polaris. And what is Christ showing us here? That he's not a disciple. The 12 zodiac follow him. People keep saying, but Sanchez, I heard it was 13 zodiacs. You know why? Because some fools like to count Polaris as a zodiac. Don't you know that the point in the middle of the zodiac can be counted too? But it's stupid to count it because it's not an official constellation. It is just a central point that all the constellations revolve around. If you can't divide the number by 360 evenly, it's not zodiacal by nature. What is 360 divided by 13? Will it give you an even number? No, it won't. You'll get a remainder. That shit will need leap year too. There is no 13th zodiac. Ophiuchus, Sanchez, Ophiuchus. Y'all be thinking y'all so smart. Ophiuchus, Sanchez. You know what Ophiuchus is? Jesus Christ, dog. Open up your third eye. What did Jesus do? Jesus defeated the serpent, Satan, right? Did not Jesus defeat the serpent, Satan? Why is Ophiuchus beating up the devil? Because it's Jesus, man. All throughout the artwork, you see these images of Jesus beating up the devil, Jesus fighting the damn serpent right here. And people will sit up there and say, well, there's a 13th zodiac. But if the 12, when we deal with Jesus, right, we're dealing with astrotheology. We know it's 12 constellations and they go around Polaris. Where is the 13th one? You can't go out there with your telescope and point me out, Ophiuchus. You can't. Just because people read this stuff online, but they don't literally go look at show me Ophiuchus in the sky. You won't, because Ophiuchus is Polaris. And that's why the symbol of Ophiuchus is a dude beating up a snake, because it's literally Jesus. And Jesus is in the middle of the 12 disciples. You want me to prove it to you? Look at this. There go your Serapis right here. The original form of Jesus in the Egyptian culture was Serapis. And I'm showing you Jesus right here before his name was Jesus. The word Serapis is related to the word serpent. Why is Jesus related to a snake? Well, in Egypt, they love the snake, man. And if Jesus come from Egypt, he ain't gonna be no different than all the other Egyptian gods, which were snake deities like Khnufas and others. All of the Egyptian deities of resurrection were associated with the serpent. If Jesus come from Egypt, don't you think he gonna have serpent symbolism? And yes, he does. Moses lifted up the serpent. Moses learned from the Egyptians. Moses was teaching resurrection before Jesus. So if Moses is teaching resurrection before Jesus, why is people praying and bowing to a graven image for resurrection? Why do people believe in a blood sacrifice for resurrection when Moses was teaching resurrection before the blood sacrifice? If the serpent represented resurrection, what was the knowledge behind that? Kundalini ascension, folks. That's what it was. That's what they was teaching in Egypt. But it got corrupted. And now when the Romans finally revised this stuff to support barbarianism, right? We don't get this image anymore. Now, what I'm showing right here, right now, this is the original Jesus from Egypt. His name is Serapis. And he's not like the new Jesus, right? Everywhere he go, the 12 disciples follow him. The original Jesus didn't have 12 disciples. He had 12 zodiac that follow him where he go. Why? Because the 12 zodiac revolve around Polaris. It's the lead star. It doesn't move, but it caused them to move. Think about that. Polaris is what moves the zodiacs throughout the earth, and Jesus told the disciples to move throughout the earth and go spread my knowledge. Now let that sink in. Let that sink in. Jesus told his disciples to spread out throughout the earth. You want to know what's happening in the sky? All of the zodiacs are spreading out around Polaris. They following Jesus' orders, y'all. Whatever Jesus, now think about this. You got this book called the Bible, and the Jesus is instructing his disciples on what to do. And it just so happened that the constellations in our sky is doing exactly what Jesus told his disciples to do. But people think Jesus is literal, and they don't think that it's just symbolic and cosmological. It's for symbols and signs and wonders, for us to know who we are spiritually. That's what the signs and symbols was there for, to always remind us, sovereign beings, who we are, so that we will never fall victims of this papal barbarian system that we in right now, man. So here go Jesus, and I keep telling folks, Jesus is Satan, which is Saturn, the serpent. Sanchez, you lying? Well, check it out. Here go Jesus, and you can see there's a zodiac wheel around Jesus. Now watch this. Here go the god Saturn. Here goes Saturn, y'all. What do we see around Saturn? A zodiac wheel, look. But guess what? I'm giving you white versions of a white man. You know I got to go and give you some ancient versions from indigenous people, because I'm a syncretist, and we got to, you know, connect all the dots, man. Now watch this. Watch this. I'm going to show you the god Saturn in the Mayan world. I'm going to show you the god Saturn in the Mayan world. Look at this. I keep showing y'all this man that's surrounded by the zodiac, and I can show you here in the Mayan. Here go Jesus on the cross with his crown of thorns. Look, this is Saturn. It's you surrounded by the stars outside. Here he goes Saturn. All of these are Mayan zodiac. The Mayan had most zodiac. It don't matter how many zodiac you had, long as it was based on 360 sexagesimal math. People look up in the sky and see different symbols. Not everyone see the same shapes, but we was all adding it up with the same math because the earth is a perfect circle. That's what the sky doing, no matter how you see it. Even if no matter how you map out your zodiac, your deity is going to do the same. Like, think about what I'm saying, right? People all around the world got a different way of interpreting the sky, but everyone's characters do the same thing. So if you look at the 12 disciples in the Bible and you look at like the Hindu divas and all them, or the Mayan deities, you would see all of them are doing the same thing. Now they want to convince you everybody got different gods. Everybody just got a different way of seeing constellations. But let's say you see a man pouring out water and I see a woman picking flowers. Guess what? Both of us are going to say it circles around my head every this many years. This God travels in a chariot around the earth every 360 days or however long. So you will go around the world and see people with different deities, different characters, but everyone's characters will be doing the same thing, like beating up a snake, traveling the sky in a chariot, doing a circle. Because the reason is everyone is personifying the heavens. And because everyone don't see the same things when you see these star patterns, that the deity may be different, but his actions is always the same. Which is why I'm able to make all these collages. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. You will have, right, all of these different guys, man. Let's pull it up again. Hold up. Did I close that out? Yeah, but you get my point. Like Samson right here. And then you will have, you know, Noah. And you'll have all these different deities like boom, Ophiuchus. And they all will be doing the same thing. They will have the same action. Like, for example, everybody's arms will be like this. Everybody will be busting up out of a hole. Everybody beating up a snake. But all of these different cultures will be like, my God different than your God. We don't got the same God. It's just different names and they look different. But everybody's God is literally doing the same shit, leaving the earth. Everybody God is personifying the soul's ascension and journey through the heavens, like Enoch. But people think that, you know, it's divided. So look, Moses, for example, let's go to, here go a God called Moses, right? What is and I want to be simple. Remember, we talking about duality, right? The God in the center, Santa, that creates the yin and the yang. That's what Moses represent. This where the split is taking place. That's why Moses is breaking the two pillars. The two pillars originally meant the left and right brain. When you talk about Moses breaking the two pillars, you're dealing with biology and spiritual knowledge of the central nervous system. Here go Moses breaking the pillars right here is biological. Look at it. They turned this right here to this right here. And if you think I'm lying, here go a God that's older than Moses. His name Camazotz. Look, Camazotz right here. This is the Mesoamerican Moses. And before Moses was breaking the pillars to talk about duality, because it didn't have nothing to do with no commandments. It was about creating duality. And that's what let me close out some of these. because I don't want to slow my computer down. Shu is creating duality in the middle of the earth with his God body. You see here? Now look at here. Same thing right here. Look at this. I'm going to read all donations at the end. Thank y'all. Same thing with this image right here. They turned this image, this knowledge right here, into a dude breaking some tablets in half. They turned this here into this here. But this image of Kamazats was teaching us the same knowledge of the elect of magnetism, the fractal code of our soul, how nothing is outside of us, everything is inside. You look at Kamazats right here. This God here, his name is Kamazats. And look at what he's doing. He's showing you duality. He's breaking. This is what Moses, and let me show you some so you can see I'm not reaching. Let me show you some. Watch this. When you say Kamazats, it's spelled like this, but the word Moses is right in your face. Can you see it? Moses. Moses is pronounced with a Z, not a S. You can, no one say Moses. They say Moses with a Z. This the God that put the Z in Moses, y'all. There go Moses right there, y'all. Moses. Moses is Moses. Mazat is literally Moses. Moses. Kamazat is, take the K off. The Ka is just the soul. Ka is the soul. Moses. 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 And here is Moses or Kamazat right here. And then here is Moses. See, when the barbarian came to America, we gave him all this shit and he just turned it into literal characters with literal stories. You feel me? When the barbarian came here, we showed him Kamazats and we taught him about duality. But they didn't like this knowledge, y'all, because it's connected to free will and sovereignty. So they inverted it with the literal interpretation. And the literal interpretation of Kamazits, Kamazits is Moses, just the regular white Moses. This story of Moses holding up some tablets that God split in half, we told them that. We told the barbarian that God is splitting reality in half. And the barbarian came and said, oh, God just split these stone pillars in half for Moses. They changed the story. We told the story about a God called Kamozits, and they tell a story about Moses. And they so lazy, they don't even change the name that damn much. They don't change the name. Listen, the Egyptian god Shu versus Yahshua. Like, bro, will you at least change the name some more? It's like Pooh Boo so lazy, they just said, just take the F off and put a P. You so damn lazy, you don't even change the name a lot. Instead of you calling it something different, it's just, well, if they Fubu, we Pooh Boo. If that's Gucci, we're gonna be Lucci. Like, damn it, you just gonna change one alphabet with your lazy ass. The people who plagiarized the ancient system, they so not original that you can literally see it's right in your face what they did. You don't even gotta try hard. Like, it's like me looking at a nigga is some fake Fubu. I don't gotta try hard to see the original version is right in your face. They didn't do nothing but take the fucking FUBU logo and swap the F with a P. It's not easy. Excuse me, it's not hard. It's not hard to see how they copied the original shit. It's right in your face. It's like the knockoff Jordans and that nigga doing a layup instead of a dunk. They just change one little thing. People who copy, they like to change very little. They change just 1% of it. And that's make my job easier. Because they don't even change the way they God look. Because look at Camazotz, y'all. Now look at Moses. Now both of them got the name Moses. And both of them breaking some pillars. It's not hard to see the ripoff, man. And what I don't like, black people hate knockoff clothes. We'll joke on you for wearing the fake shit, but we wear the fake spiritual shit. It's folks in the church, they won't go to church with no fake name brands on, but they got the knockoff spiritual system. Let that sink in. Our people so lost, they won't put no fake Gucci on their body, but they will put the barbarians' knockoff religious system in their auric field, in their vibration, in their psyche, into their home, into their family, into their children's mind. They won't let their children wear fake Jordans, but they will let their kids go and serve the fake Christ, the Antichrist. Let that sink in a minute. They won't put fake shit on their body, but they'll put fake programming into their spirit. They'll look you dead in the eye after you show them the real version and still choose the knockoff version. But they won't do that with Gucci and Louis Vuitton. If you go up to a black person and say, hey man, here go the fake ass Gucci, and here go the real Gucci, they ain't gonna choose that fake shit over the real shit. In fact, they gonna choose the real shit and look down on the fake shit. And they gonna joke on the people who choose the fake shit. But it's just the opposite in the religious world. Everybody wear the fake shit. And if you got on the real shit, they gonna laugh at you. They gonna say, look at Sanchez with that real ass spiritual system on. Boy, there's nobody wear that real shit. We rocking the Poochie over here. Sanchez got that Gucci on. Nigga, I don't care if there's only 10 of us wearing Gucci. It's authentic. The whole world rocking the fake shit and they looking at us, but that's the way the humans are. If everybody in the world right now started wearing the knockoff Louis Vuitton, that'll be the new style. Now, if you show up with the fake ass, if you show up with the real Louis Vuitton on, they're gonna look at you like you got the fake shit on. Cause the whole world just agreed, nigga, we rocking the fake shit for the style. We make the style, man, not the damn designers. I don't give a fuck what Gucci made, what them people made. We decide what's hot and what's gonna be the style. And if the whole world say we walking the FUBU, I know FUBU is authentic, but that shit don't get no play around here, my nigga. I know that FUBU is authentic, but ain't nobody rocking that shit, bro. You're alone. You over there with all 10 of y'all, while the whole world over here rocking the fake shit. See, it's easy to just say, you know what? I know this FUBU is real. But fuck it, man. Give me the FUBU because it's in style, man. It's trendy. I know this shit is authentic, but people ain't checking on it right now. What's real is what we vote on as a collective. That's the point of my example. I'm trying to show you spiritual people, quit trying to seek validation for doing the right thing. You only gonna get crucified. If you enter this shit for validation, you might as well leave. Because you signing up to be a martyr. I'm just letting you know that now. You signing up to go outside with the authentic Gucci on and be laughed at. And if you ain't ready for that, then put the fake Gucci on and get on out the way. Because I'm showing folks the authentic shit versus the fake literal interpretation of Moses. Now, let me show you some more about Moses that ain't nobody gonna really teach. Because Moses ain't a person. Moses is a scientific concept of how duality is created. Now, let me show you. Here is why Moses split the pillar.
You fell asleep, Premise? Nope. Oh, he's not even here. He fell out. I think his phone died. All right, I'm going to kill it. It is late. It's almost 1 o'clock. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, everybody.